Chapter 1209. Leah's emotions stirred up, and the strength in her hand increased once again. She was now a martial artist at the 3rd level of the inner chi realm. Her seemingly delicate and slender hands could pinch out 3 times the strength of an ordinary person, and she almost pinched the fire bird to death. The fire bird was in so much pain that it could not even speak. It was unknown what it wanted to say, but the fire bird did not care about the pain. His eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that Leah would suspect his identity as a fire bird. Who was this woman? I am the fire bird. You, who the hell are you? Why did you capture me? After a while, the fire bird said in a hoarse voice. Leah was a little dazed when she saw that the black man was about to be strangled to death, but he still insisted on his identity. Could it be that there was really a problem with the Hong Kong police's intelligence? Bitch, you dare to capture me? I will play you to death in front of everyone. Just as Leah was in a daze, the firebird suddenly flipped over and ran towards his subordinates. As he ran, he shouted, "Hurry up and capture that girl. I want her alive." A group of subordinates immediately surrounded Leah. More than 20 subordinates pointed their guns at Leah's head, and more than 30 guards stared at Leah with spears in their hands. This formation was too strong. Even though Leah was a martial artist at the 3rd level, she had no choice but to surrender. Seeing that Leah was being controlled, the firebird immediately ran over and roared at Leah with a sinister smile. "You bitch! Weren't you very powerful just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? You even dare to provoke me, the firebird? I think you must be tired of living. You're not a firebird at all. Stop pretending." Leah was still a little unsure of the identity of the black man in front of her, so she deliberately provoked him. The firebird suddenly became angry and jumped up and down anxiously, as if his identity was a taboo that no one could question. "Bitch, I am the firebird. Shut up! I'll give you half a minute to take off all your clothes, or else I'll shoot you." The firebird grabbed the gun and aimed it at Leah's forehead. From his ferocious and cold expression, it could be seen that the firebird really planned to kill Leah. The entire leisure zone, number 1, suddenly fell silent. The passengers who were being controlled squatted on the ground with their hands over their heads. They were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Originally, they thought that if Leah caught the firebird, everyone would be saved, but in the end, the situation changed once again. The crew members looked at Leah with sympathy. They could already imagine the scene of this woman being shrouded in all kinds of resplendent light. Leah was stared at by thousands of people and threatened by the firebird to strip in public. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. She stood there motionlessly. Even if she was beaten to death, Leah would not take off her clothes. She was Qin Feng's woman. How could she expose herself in front of others? Time passed quickly, and the firebird's patience had run out. Seeing that Li Ye was standing there motionlessly, the firebird raised its hand and was about to end the woman's life. Bang! The sound of the gunshot spread out, and many people covered their ears in fear. Everyone had a good impression of Leah. This girl was young, beautiful, and had a good figure. Furthermore, her courage was commendable, and she dared to fight against evil forces. However, after a few seconds, everyone heard the scream of the firebird. The situation seemed to have changed again, causing everyone to raise their heads to look. A tall man had already subdued the firebird. He had one hand around the firebird's neck, and the other hand was pressing a gun against the firebird's temple. The gun was taken from the firebird's hand, and the previous gunshot was accidentally fired during the robbery, but it did not hit anyone. "Miss Leah, are you all right?" Everyone knew the man who suddenly attacked. It was actually the international gambling king, Wu Hen. Wu Hen originally did not plan to make a move. After all, the firebird had controlled the entire cruise ship, and if he resisted alone, he would only be courting death. However, seeing that Leah had been captured, Wu Hen had no choice but to secretly prepare himself. This was Qin Feng's woman. Wu Hen did not dare to let Leah get injured. Senior Wu Hen, thank you for saving me. Li quickly regained her senses and ran to Wu Hen's side. At this time, a few more people jumped out from the crowd. Second Master He, Counting Ghost, Hong Mei, and a few other international gambling experts all came to Wu Hen's side. This group of bastards actually dared to hijack the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. Now that we have their leader under control, let's see what else they dare to do. Hong Mei said angrily in English. Second Master, he stared at the group of gun-wielding subordinates with a vigilant expression and suddenly shouted, "Quickly put down your weapons, or else I'll kill your big brother immediately." The group of lackeys all had helplessness written on their faces. They were really depressed to death. The boss was too weak, and this was the second time he had been captured. Second Master, his words were obviously useless. The Firebird's lackeys were still pointing their guns at the crowd, and the guards were also holding spears as they approached, everyone step by step. "Fuck you. Since your lackeys are disobedient, then let's perish together." Wu Hen was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back, but he pretended to be calm. The hand holding the gun suddenly exerted force, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed firmly against the Firebird's head. The Firebird was so scared that she immediately shouted, "Everyone, put down your weapons! Hurry, hurry!" The group of lackeys helplessly threw their guns on the ground, and the guards also threw their long hairs at their feet. Seeing this, Leah immediately shouted, "Passengers, quickly snatch away these people's weapons! Everyone stand up and resist together." Even a young woman like Leah had stood up. A few bold young masters in the crowd were encouraged and immediately jumped out. Just as everyone was about to snatch away the spears and guns on the ground, a burst of gunshots suddenly came from inside the house. Bang, 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 bang. This was the firing of a machine gun. The firepower was like a hail of bullets, scaring everyone into immediately covering their heads and squatting on the ground. Bullets flew in all directions in the hall. The dining car, the walls, and the pillars were all riddled with bullet holes. Wu Hen, Leah, and the others were all stunned. The Firebird was still in their hands, but these robbers still dared to shoot? Don't shoot, save me, the Firebird kept shouting, but the gunshots did not stop, as if the person who fired did not care about the Firebird's life or death. "These people are crazy, everyone retreat." Leah frowned and immediately shouted. Wu Hen had no choice but to temporarily let go of the Firebird, and the few of them quickly found a safe place to hide. Fortunately, their skills were not bad and they were not hit by the bullets. However, the Firebird was already lying in a pool of blood, its body covered with bloody holes. Not good, the Firebird is dead. What are these robbers trying to do? Wu Hen was puzzled when he saw this scene. Second Master He and the others were all nervous. Now that the Firebird had been killed, these robbers would definitely start a massacre. "I know. The one who died is definitely not Firebird. He's just a substitute of Firebird. I'm guessing that the one who killed him is the real mastermind behind this cruise hijacking plan. He's the real Firebird." Leah suddenly woke up from her stupor and immediately looked towards the entrance of the leisure area. A man with a Chinese face stood at the door with a cold smile on his face, holding a submachine gun in each of his hands. The moment she saw the man, Leah was instantly stunned. He was the true Firebird. Wasn't he Ali? "Miss Leah, you said that person is the Firebird? He should be the lackey of the guy who died, right?" Wu Hen and the others were puzzled when they saw Ali. Li was also gloomy. Why was it Ali who walked in? Although Ali was also Chinese and matched the information provided by the Hong Kong police about the Firebird, Ali and the Firebird looked completely different. They were obviously not the same person. TSK. I never thought that someone would dare to resist the cruise hijacked by my Firebird. Which bastard is it who is not afraid of death? Don't be a coward anymore. Come out now. Li walked into the hall step by step, as if he had changed into a different person. Previously, he was always humble in front of the fake Firebird, looking like a servant. Now he was exuding a domineering aura, and even his voice was much stronger. Leah jumped out under everyone's astonished gaze. Wu Hen wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Yo, isn't this the woman that young Master Feng has his eyes on? I don't think you're a real young model. Tell me, who are you? And who is that young Master Feng? Li's face instantly turned cold. His eyes filled with murderous intent. The group of underlings had already surrounded Li to protect him, but no one looked at the lifeless fake firebird on the ground. Leo was sure that Li's status was higher than the fake firebird on the ground, but whether he was the real firebird or not was hard to say. Do you want to know who I am? Then tell me first, who exactly are you? Leah asked in return. Tonight's situation was full of twists and turns, and the rich young masters were scared half to death. Everyone was squatting on the ground, trembling. They really admired Leah to death for daring to ask the robber a question. Li's face turned cold, but in the next second he laughed out loud. Haha, you little girl are really interesting. I don't know where you get the courage to talk to me like this, but I don't care who you are. I'll shoot you and everything will be solved. Ali had already opened fire as he spoke, and the sound of the gun was deafening. It lasted for a full 10 seconds before it stopped. Ali was using 2 submachine guns, and everyone could imagine Leah being turned into a hornet's nest without even looking. They all felt a bit of pity for Leah. The atmosphere was so cold that it was about to freeze. The passengers all knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. Wu Hen, second master he, and the others were scared to death. If Leah died, young Master Qin would be furious. However, when they looked towards Lia's position, there was nothing there, and Lia's figure was nowhere to be seen. Fuck, where is she? Where did she go? Li also discovered that something was wrong. His heart suddenly sank, and he had a bad premonition. The lackeys immediately looked towards the crowd, thinking that Leah had escaped into the crowd to hide. When the passengers saw the robbers with guns, they couldn't help but scream in fear. Chapter 12:10. The atmosphere in the hall was ice cold, and the voice coming from the roof was even colder. Everyone raised their heads to look, and saw a scene that surprised everyone. They saw a young Hua Xia man hugging Leah and floating in the air, with a pink treasured sword beneath his feet. Oh my god, is this person a god? What's going on? Why can that man fly? Is he the legendary Superman? So there really is a Superman in this world. We're finally going to be saved. Young Master Qin is here. This is great. We'll be fine. Qin Feng's appearance caused a commotion in the hall. Screams and discussions entered one's ears. Even Ali and his underlings were stunned. How could a person fly? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and slowly landed on the ground. The moment Qin Feng stepped on the ground and walked towards Ali, everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. This young Chinese man wasn't a god, he was a human. Who are you? Although Ali held 2 machine guns in his hands, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Qin Feng, who descended from the sky. Fortunately, Qin Feng had arrived in time. If he was a second late, Leah would have died. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart was filled with rage. If not for the fact that Leah had a mission to bring the Firebird back to Hong Kong alive for trial, Qin Feng would have killed him long ago. Firebird, don't you recognize me? I'm young Master Feng. Qin Feng smiled coldly at Ali. Li's body trembled. He and Qin Feng had been secretly trading, so of course he knew Qin Feng. However, it was as if it was his first time seeing Qin Feng. He realized that this trade was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Li didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't speak and didn't dare to fire the gun in his hand. Qin Feng continued, Ali, you really hid yourself well. Even Xiaoya and I were tricked by you. As the Firebird, you pretended to be a lackey in front of outsiders and found that black man to pretend to be you. You really are a sly fox. Qin Feng didn't understand who the Firebird was before, but now he understood. Actually, The information from the Hong Kong Intelligence Bureau wasn't wrong. The Firebird was one of the big shots who escaped from Hong Kong. However, the photo on the information wasn't the same person as Ali. Therefore, Qin Feng and Li didn't think it was Ali from the beginning. However, a person's appearance could be changed. It was obvious that Ali had undergone plastic surgery. Not only did he change his face, but he also found a black man to impersonate the fake Firebird. He was indeed an extremely vigilant person. Qin Feng, but this person doesn't look the same as the person on the intelligence report. Li also guessed that Ali was the Firebird, but she still had some doubts in her heart. He had plastic surgery. When Qin Feng spoke of his guess, Li's eyes immediately lit up. Everything made sense now. Ali finally came back to his senses. After hearing the conversation between Qin Feng and Leah, he understood. Fuck! The two of you are from the Hong Kong police? Are you here to catch me? That's right, I'm Hong Kong's Senior Inspector Leah. My man is China's #1, young Master Qin. Hurry up and surrender, or else you'll die a horrible death. After confirming Ali's identity, Leah didn't waste words and directly announced her and Qin Feng's identities to intimidate Ali. Ali clearly didn't care about the identity of Hong Kong's senior inspector. However, when he heard Qin Feng's identity, his expression immediately changed. It was evident that he was scared by Qin Feng. Your young Master Qin? So you were tricking me from the start. You're truly treacherous people. Leah was extremely angry and immediately retorted. You have the nerve to call us treacherous people? You killed people in Hong Kong 10 years ago and escaped. After coming to South Africa, you started a drug and arms business. Even if you were shot 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to count your crimes. I advise you to obediently surrender. Haha, you already said that even if I died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to surrender? Li laughed coldly. Leah angrily yelled. You still want to resist? Can you beat young Master Qin? Don't look for trouble for yourself. Leah used Qin Feng's name to suppress Ali. This kind of feeling was extremely satisfying. Li's expression changed unpredictably, and it could be seen that he was a bit afraid of Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, even though I'm in South Africa, I've long heard of your great name. I personally have great respect for powerful martial artists like you. In order to express my respect for young Master Qin, I'm willing to give you half of the assets from this cruise with both hands. Li was worthy of being the #1 drug lord in South Africa. His thoughts were swift and he was decisive. Half of the assets that he took was worth at least hundreds of billions. Yet Ali gave it to Qin Feng without hesitation. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Everyone was stunned by Ali's decision. Many people didn't recognize Qin Feng, but at this moment they knew that Qin Feng was a very powerful person. With one sentence, he could force the leader of the robbers to express goodwill to him. However, everyone quickly became nervous. One Ali was enough for them to handle, and now there was Qin Feng. If Qin Feng really cooperated with Ali, then the Lisa #1 would definitely belong to them, and no one would be able to escape. Everyone looked nervously at Qin Feng. They wanted to persuade him not to agree to Ali, but no one dared to speak. Leah, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. She firmly believed that Qin Feng wouldn't cooperate with Ali. Half of the assets? Who do you think I am? Qin Feng smiled playfully as he looked at Ali. Ali's heartbeat inexplicably sped up. He gritted his teeth and said, How about 40, 60? I'll take 40, and you take 60. How about this, 0, 10? You take 0, and I'll take 10. If you agree, I'll consider it. Qin Feng said indifferently. Ali's expression immediately changed. He could tell that Qin Feng was playing with him. Young Master Qin, I know you're strong, but don't push your luck. This ship is filled with my people. I don't believe that you, no matter how strong you are, can kill all of us. Li saw that their cooperation wasn't going to work, so he decided to forcefully suppress Qin Feng. The passengers, kneeling on the ground, were scared half to death. They were afraid that if Qin Feng and Li fought, they would end up hurting everyone. "You can try. That way, you'll know whether or not I can kill all of you," Qin Feng said indifferently. The atmosphere immediately became deadlocked. In reality, Qin Feng and Li didn't want to fight, but neither of them would back down. Seeing the minutes and seconds ticking by, Ali became more and more anxious. According to his original plan, he would have already taken the money and escaped on the yacht. "Your elder wants to see how capable China's #1 is. Beat him up." Chapter 12:11. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, the cabin was filled with gunshots. It was as if a war had broken out. The passengers, squatting on the floor with their hands on their heads, were in a frenzy. They fled in all directions, screaming ear-piercingly. However, everyone was in a mess and couldn't escape from cabin #1. Whoosh! At this moment, the faint sound of the wind was heard. However, the sound was too soft and was completely covered by the gunshots. Dozens of white lights flashed. Moments later, the row of thugs who were shooting randomly fell to the ground. Their bodies were sliced in half by the wind blades. They didn't even know what happened before they died. It's over, it's over. We're all going to die here today. Don't shoot, we're willing to pay. Don't shoot. The crowd screamed in fear. These were rich young masters who were greedy for life. They would rather exchange their lives for money than to see Qin Feng and the Firebird fight. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. Many people had already fallen. There were the Firebird's men, Lisa's guards, and a few passengers who were unfortunately shot while escaping. Everyone, don't panic. Don't stand up no matter what. Quickly find a shelter and hide. Leah had already brought Wu Hen and a few others to control the crowd. Qin Feng stood alone in the center of the area. The ground under his feet was divided into two areas. In front of him was the Firebird and the others, and behind him was the passengers. Facing the hail of bullets, Qin Feng stood in place, his feet unmoving. His hands flew out, and white light flashed in his palms. The robbers and guards in front of him fell to the ground, one after the other. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. The fierce gunshots quickly stopped. In the end, only Ali was shooting. Ali suddenly woke up and looked around. He was so scared that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The ground was covered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. It was like a scene from hell. Relying on his own strength, Qin Feng was completely unharmed under the gunfire of dozens of people, while the bandits and guards all fell to the ground. Only Ali was left standing in front of him, but Ali didn't feel happy at all. He was so scared that his legs were trembling. He knew that the only reason he was still alive was because Qin Feng spared his life. Don't kill me!" Ali was no longer as fierce as before. He was so frightened that the two submachine guns in his hands fell to the ground. Qin Feng acted as if he could not see the bloody limbs all over the ground and said indifferently, "I can spare your life. Obediently follow Leah back to Hong Kong to be punished." The Firebird trembled in fear. He did not want to go to Hong Kong. He would be killed 10 times over for his crimes. If he returned to China, he would be killed. "No, I don't want to go back. Let me go this time. I'll give you all the money I robbed on this ship. Just let me go this time." The Firebird didn't want to back down, but after witnessing Qin Feng's skills, he didn't even want the money he had stolen. He was obviously scared out of his wits by Qin Feng's strength. Not only was Ali shocked, but the other passengers were also dumbfounded. In the end, these people were just ordinary people with money. How could they know the strength of martial artists, especially those who had broken through to the first level of true qi? In their eyes, they were like gods. Not only did they descend from the sky, they could also block the attacks of a hail of bullets. In the end, they killed dozens of robbers in a breath's time. It's impossible to let you go. Xiaoya, go and capture him. Qin Feng's expression was cold. How could he be tempted by money? Li Yi suddenly woke up and was shocked by Qin Feng's strength once again. She immediately took out a pair of handcuffs from her waist and walked towards Ali. Don't come near me. Otherwise, I'll bury everyone on the ship with me. Just as Leah walked closer, Ali suddenly cried out strangely. Leah raised her eyebrows and shouted coldly, "Less nonsense. Don't think of playing any tricks. You already have no way out. I'm not joking with you guys. I planted 33 bombs on this cruise ship. Originally, I planned to blow up this ship after robbing it. If you guys don't let me go, I'll immediately have my subordinates blow up the entire cruise ship." Lee's originally terrified face turned crazy. It seemed like he really wasn't joking. The passengers on the ship screamed in fear, and the scene fell into chaos again. Those were 33 bombs, and they would definitely blow everyone up into pieces. What should we do? Why don't we let him go? 33 bombs. If they were detonated at once, everyone would be finished, the crowd discussed nonstop. These passengers who were afraid of death all advised Qin Feng and Leah to let go of the Firebird. Leah had spent a lot of effort to capture Ali. How could she let him go so easily? But when she thought of the hundreds of people on the cruise ship, Leah's heart wavered. "Leah, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't let me go, I'll immediately make this cruise explode." Ali saw the struggle in Leah's eyes and immediately tried to provoke Leah. Time passed second by second. Leah was so anxious that her face turned red. Finally, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Okay, I'll let you go, but you have to promise not to detonate the bomb." "Don't worry, as long as I leave safely, I won't detonate the bomb." A hint of craftiness flashed in Ali's eyes. He turned and prepared to run. After running a few steps, Qin Feng's cold voice came from behind. "Who said you could leave? Stop right there." There were close to 1,000 people on the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. Ali wasn't afraid of anyone but Qin Feng. Hearing Qin Feng shout, Ali had no choice but to stop. He knew that if he dared to take another step, it was very possible that his head would fall to the ground in the next second. "Young Master Qin, what else do you want?" Ali said as gently as possible, "I'm going to capture you and bring you back to Hong Kong. Don't even think about going anywhere." Qin Feng's words scared everyone. Wasn't this forcing the Firebird to detonate the bomb? Li looked at Qin Feng with a bit of difficulty. She understood what Qin Feng was thinking, but Li wanted to persuade Qin Feng. But before she could open her mouth, Li roared crazily, "Qin Feng, what the fuck do you mean? It seems like you want me to detonate the bomb and let everyone on the ship die with you? That's fine, we'll die together." Ali laughed crazily, but halfway through his yell, his smile froze on his face. Qin Feng's cold voice came. "Do you really think the bomb can be detonated? Someone took it down a long time ago. Why, you're talking nonsense. The bomb was planted by my people, so how could you discover it? So what if you coincidentally found one or two? I planted 33 bombs." Ali said with a face full of doubt. However, Qin Feng didn't need to say anything more. A wave of hurried footsteps came. Not long later, Princess Lisa rushed in with over 100 guards. "Young Master Qin, 33 bombs have been found and successfully removed." Princess Lisa ran to Qin Feng's side as soon as she entered the room. She wore a red veil and spoke to Qin Feng with a respectful attitude. The hall was filled with gasps of surprise. This was the high and mighty Princess Lisa, yet she was like a maid in front of Qin Feng. "Emoda, why you dare to betray your elder?" Ali was stunned for a while before he finally came to his senses and glared at Emoda angrily. Emoda stood to the side and didn't say anything. Not long ago, he witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary methods and had long since completely submitted to Qin Feng. He was also the one who helped find the 33 bombs and successfully remove them. Tonight's hijacking of the cruise ship was full of twists and turns. The situation kept changing, and the passengers on the ship were about to be confused. Now that the situation was settled, Princess Lisa regained control of the guards on the ship, and there was an expert like Qin Feng overseeing things. Everyone's worried hearts finally calmed down, and they no longer placed the Firebird in their eyes. Firebird, you committed a heinous crime 10 years ago. During these 10 years, you fled to South Africa and did all sorts of bad things. This time I must capture you and bring you back to Hong Kong and bring you to justice. Leah was naturally filled with justice. She held the handcuffs and walked towards Ali. Ali was already defeated, but he suddenly looked up and laughed. Ha ha! Qin Feng, Leah, you forced me to do this. Today, I will start a massacre on this cruise ship. Li seemed to have changed into a different person. He was not afraid of Leah at all. Leah had some doubts in her heart, but she did not care too much about it. Just as she approached Ali, a cold light flashed, and a strong aura of death instantly enveloped Leah. Xiaoya, get out of the way. No one noticed anything unusual, but Qin Feng roared, turned into a shadow, and disappeared. A white light flashed, and the sound of the wind rang out. Dozens of wind blades shot towards Leah, and the cold light was hit, producing a loud sound of metal striking metal. Qin Feng, what's going on? Leah was pulled back by Qin Feng, but she asked Qin Feng with a face full of lingering fear. Qin Feng did not reply, and blocked Leah behind him. His eyes emitted a cold light as he stared at the air around Ali and said, You flies dare to provoke me? Since you're here, show yourselves. Swish! As Qin Feng's voice fell, more than 10 sounds of wind came from the air. In front of Ali, more than 10 black-clothed people wearing night clothes and holding weapons suddenly appeared. Who are these people? Where did they come from? It's over, it's over. These must be people as strong as young Master Qin. Can young Master Qin defeat them? These must be assassins. Their murderous aura is so heavy. More than 10 black-clothed people appeared out of nowhere, scaring everyone. Leah was a stage 3 inner Qi martial artist, but she did not notice these black-clothed people hiding in the dark. It could be seen that they were not weak. Brat, how dare you ruin our Golden Assassin cruise business? I think you must be impatient, big brother. Don't talk nonsense with that brat. Just kill him and the people on the ship, and take the money back to report. The dozen or so people all wore black masks, so their appearances could not be seen clearly. When these people spoke, Qin Feng and Leah were shocked. They were actually people from the Golden Assassin crew. Golden Assassin crew? I was just about to kill my way to your base and destroy your foundation. I didn't think you would come to die first. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with laughter. Ignorant madman, you're courting death. The expressions of the dozen or so assassins changed drastically, and their murderous aura instantly soared. As members of the Golden Assassin crew, they were invincible in South Africa, but they had never met someone as arrogant as Qin Feng. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site and read the latest. Chapter 1212. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can slander the Golden Assassin crew? Go to hell. The leader roared and suddenly swung his saber at Qin Feng. Before this, Qin Feng had fought with the Golden Assassin crew several times. The assassin at Lotus Lake in Acropolis City, the assassin at the opening of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2, and the Golden Assassin crew's Huaxia base in Zhongchuan City. Qin Feng had a good understanding of the Golden Assassin crew. It was divided into 4 ranks: Gold Group, Silver Group, Bronze Group, and Winter Iron Group. Qin Feng had killed assassins of these 4 ranks. Even the golden ones from Zhongchuan base were destroyed by Qin Feng, let alone these small fries in front of him. The leader of the black-clothed men leaped into the air. He clasped his hands together and gripped his long saber tightly. When the saber fell, it was as if it carried an earth-shattering aura. He was actually a stage 6 inner Qi expert. This kind of expert would be a big shot in any city in Huaxia. Unfortunately, The person he was facing today was Qin Feng. The situation was completely different. Swoosh! The wind whistled softly. In the past, the wind blade technique could only kill stage for inner Qi martial artists and below. However, as Qin Feng's strength soared, the power of the wind blade he released also became stronger. In the blink of an eye, a stage 6 inner Qi expert was cut in half from the middle of his eyebrows. Bang! The sound of an explosion spread. The black-clothed assassin's body was still suspended in the air when it suddenly exploded into 2 halves. The remains fell to the ground, and flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. This scene was like hell, and everyone screamed in fear. The assassins who rushed over were stunned. They stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. They didn't know Qin Feng's identity, but Qin Feng shocked all the assassins with one move. This is bad. This person's strength is unfathomable. Run! The dozen or so assassins turned around and ran. Each of them flickered like arrows released from a bow. How could Qin Feng let them escape? He turned into a pink light and disappeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. White light shone in all directions in the air, and the assassins who were running suddenly fell to the ground one after another. These people either had their legs cut off or their waists cut off by the wind blades. The bloody scene caused Li Ya, Wu Hen, and the others to be dumbstruck. In the span of a few breaths, the dozen or so golden assassin crew members were all gone. The 5 who were still alive stopped abruptly. They did not even have the courage to run. You, who exactly are you? One of the assassins gripped his sword tightly and stared at Qin Feng vigilantly. I've already destroyed your golden assassin cruise base in China, and you're still asking me who I am? Qin Feng was amused. The expressions of the remaining 5 assassins changed drastically. They had already guessed Qin Feng's identity. He was so young and had such powerful skills. In all of China, there was probably only one person like him. It's young Master Qin? We deserve to die. We didn't know young Master Qin was here. Please spare our lives. After Qin Feng's identity was revealed, the 5 assassins didn't even have the intention to resist or escape. All of them looked at Qin Feng nervously. The passengers on the boat were already in a state of shock. They looked at Qin Feng's back with incomparable reverence. This young fellow was too powerful. Just his identity alone was enough to scare the Firebird into bowing down to him. Now even the assassin had to beg him for mercy. Ha! I've already destroyed your base in China's Zhongchuan city. Don't you want to kill me when you see me? Why are you begging for mercy here? If your Taoist Master Gold knew about this, he would be very sad. When Qin Feng mentioned Taoist Master Gold's name, the 5 assassins trembled all over. Their eyes were filled with fear. Brat, I don't care how powerful you are. I'll fight you to the death. One of the assassins suddenly raised his sword and charged at Qin Feng. However, just as he took his first step, his leg suddenly flew out. He fell headfirst into a pool of blood and could no longer stand up. The other 4 sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Feng's strength was beyond their imagination. Up to this point, the 4 of them didn't even see how Qin Feng attacked. This person stood in the same place without moving, but he had already killed more than a dozen stage 6 inner Qi experts. Why aren't you guys attacking? Don't you want revenge? Qin Feng killed a stage 6 inner Qi expert with a raise of his hand, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't even look at the assassin. The 4 remaining assassins had long since dropped their weapons. They knew they had no chance to attack in front of Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, we were forced to stay in the Golden Assassin crew by Taoist Master Gold. If we don't help him, we'll all be killed. One of the assassins suddenly knelt in front of Qin Feng. The other 3 didn't hesitate and knelt one after another. Young Master Qin, we're willing to follow you. Please spare our lives. These assassins had killed countless people, but they were also very afraid of death. When death loomed over them, these assassins put down their butcher knives and wanted to turn over a new leaf, Qin Feng was amused by these people's behavior. However, since he was going to destroy the Golden Assassin cruise base in South Africa, he could ask the 4 assassins about some information. If you want to live, that's fine. I'll ask you some questions. Answer me truthfully. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His voice was filled with surging true energy and left no room for doubt. At this moment, the 4 ruthless assassins were like children in kindergarten. They knelt on the ground and nodded repeatedly. Why are you here? Why are you working for the Firebird? Asked Qin Feng. The assassin who knelt first said without hesitation, Young Master Qin, we were ordered to help the Firebird steal the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. In reality, the Firebird is one of Taoist Master Gold's subordinates. He smuggles drugs and firearms in South Africa all year round. Half of the money he earns will be used to buy gold for Taoist Master Gold. Qin Feng understood now. So the Firebird was working for the Golden Assassin crew, and Taoist Master Gold was always protecting the Firebird. No wonder this guy was doing so well after coming to South Africa. This made sense. Where is the Golden Assassin crew's main base in South Africa? Qin Feng continued to ask. This time, the 4 assassins trembled all over. They stammered and didn't give an accurate answer. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He casually slapped out, and one of the assassins fell to the ground. There's a limit to my patience. The next one might be one of you 3. Qin Feng killed another assassin with a raise of his hand. The remaining 3 assassins were scared out of their wits. Though the Golden Assassin cruise base was the organization's top secret, they couldn't care less when it came to their lives. Young Master Qin, the base is in a valley 100 kilometers northwest of Neil's Nest. The 3 underlings said in unison. Before Qin Feng came to South Africa, Ling Jiutian had mentioned the approximate location of the Golden Assassin crew in South Africa, which was near Neil's Nest. Now that the 3 assassins had mentioned the same location in unison, it seemed that all 3 of them were telling the truth. Just as the 3 of them finished speaking, one of the assassins immediately added, Young Master Qin, don't kill us. Taoist Master Gold is good at setting up arrays and making talismans. The assassin crew's base is protected by an invisibility array. If we don't lead the way, young Master Qin won't be able to find the base. Qin Feng really planned to kill the 3 of them. However, after hearing the assassin's words, Qin Feng casually slapped out twice, and the other 2 assassins died before they could react. The remaining assassin felt a lingering fear in his heart. Luckily, he was quick-witted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep his life. Shit, the Firebird escaped. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, Leah suddenly ran over in a panic. Qin Feng quickly scanned the hall, but he really couldn't find the Firebird. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly came from the assassin's body. Qin Feng slapped the assassin's abdomen, giving the assassin a shock. Young Master Qin, don't kill me! The assassin suddenly stopped mid-scream. He realized that he wasn't dead, but the inner qi in his dantian was sealed by Qin Feng. Be good and stay here. If you dare to run, I'll tear you into pieces. Qin Feng glared at the assassin coldly, then looked at Leah and said gently, Shaya, look after everyone. I'll go catch the Firebird. Qin Feng's voice was still echoing in the hall, but he had already disappeared. Outside the cabin, the vast sea, shrouded in the night, was incomparably magnificent. The sea breeze whistled all around, and Qin Feng's pink silhouette was faintly discernible. It was incomparably difficult to find a person in the vast sea under the night sky. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't even be able to see their surroundings clearly. Qin Feng wore night vision goggles and stepped on his flying sword, but he quickly saw Ali's position. This guy was sitting on a speedboat, speeding towards the nearest island shore. Haha, so what if you're young Master Qin? So what if you're from the Golden Assassin crew? Aren't you all being played around by your elder? I'll let you idiots kill each other. Your elder will take the money and move to another country. I'll be free and unfettered in the future. Li drove the speedboat while fantasizing about the extravagant life for the rest of his life. He knew Qin Feng's identity a long time ago, but he didn't tell the Golden Assassin crew. All of this was part of his secret plan. This guy could change his appearance, and he even found a black man to pretend to be the Firebird. This was enough to show how sinister and cunning he was. Suddenly, there was the sound of something flying through the air. Ali instinctively looked up, and the complacent smile on his face instantly froze. Q Qin Feng, how did you catch up? Those assassins didn't stop you? Li was completely stunned. He knew Qin Feng was skilled, but the Golden Assassin crew's assassins weren't just for show. Even if these assassins couldn't beat Qin Feng, they could at least stop him for a while. But Ali escaped less than 10 minutes ago, and Qin Feng killed over a dozen assassins so quickly? Not only did Qin Feng kill the assassins, but he also spent some time interrogating them about the Golden Assassin crew's base in South Africa. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have caught up a long time ago. Chapter 12-13. The Firebird was still fantasizing about his luxurious life when Qin Feng flew toward him on his flying sword. The Firebird was so angry that he almost jumped into the sea. Qin Feng, I'm willing to give you all the loot from the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship for free. I can even introduce you to Taoist Priest Gold. In the future, if the three of us work together, the whole of South Africa will be ours. Why do you need to help China? How much can they give you? Li had no intention of fighting in front of Qin Feng. He even stopped the yacht, looking like he wanted to lure Qin Feng. Do you think you can tempt me with money? As a Huaxia citizen, you betrayed your country and committed all sorts of evil deeds in South Africa. How can I let you go? Qin Feng sneered. Ali's forehead was covered in sweat. He realized that Qin Feng's mind was firm. It seemed that nothing could shake him. Young Master Qin, money is indeed a worldly possession. No matter how much you have, you can't leave after you die. But as a martial artist, you should know that there are many unimaginable and mysterious spells in this world. The Taoist Master Gold I know is an advanced warlock. He's an expert in spells and has been secretly researching the art of immortality. Although the art of immortality hasn't been completely successful, it's not a problem for him to extend an ordinary person's lifespan by tens of years. If you let me go, I can bring you to see the Taoist Master Gold and ask him to extend your lifespan. Li threw out all kinds of bait he could think of. Hundreds of billions in assets and immortality. If these were offered to ordinary people or even martial artists, they would be extremely tempting. He believed that no one could refuse them. But in Qin Feng's eyes, these were nothing. Do you know how ridiculous you are right now? My purpose in coming to South Africa is to eradicate the Golden Assassin crew's base in South Africa, and you're using the name of the Taoist Master Gold to tempt me? Are you crazy? Qin Feng sneered. The Firebird's expression changed drastically. He never thought that Qin Feng would come to South Africa to kill the Taoist Master Gold. Qin Feng, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're powerful in Huaxia. The Taoist Master Gold is an expert in spells and has countless assassins under his command. You'll die if you go against him. The Firebird seemed to have changed into a different person. He glared at Qin Feng coldly, as if the Taoist Master Gold was a sacred and inviolable god. Bullshit. That's just some crooked ways to harm people. This kind of organization is no different from the Verdant sect. I'll wipe out every single one of them. Qin Feng did not waste any more words. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. A white light flashed, and a deathly aura blew out from the sea, instantly enveloping the flaming bird. Rumble. Qin Feng's expression changed. He had controlled the strength of his wind blade, so it was impossible for it to blow up the entire yacht. On the surface of the sea, flames rose to the heavens, and an unknown object flew out of the flames. Qin Feng, you forced your elder to do this. Your elder will fight it out with you. An angry roar erupted from the flames. The unknown object was closing in at a speed that was almost as fast as a stage 8 inner chi martial artist. This person was actually the Firebird. He wore a domineering and mighty battle armor that covered his entire body. Under the night sky, it flickered with a cold, silver-white light. Rumble! The Firebird had already swung its fist, but the fist exploded before it even reached the air. However, Qin Fen didn't face it head-on. With a flash of pink light, he disappeared. What's this? Qin Feng appeared behind the Firebird and carefully examined the battle armor on his body. This silver battle armor was similar to Qin Feng's Purple Thunder Wild Robe and Sacred Azure battle armor, but there were some differences. Qin Feng's battle armor was a spiritual equipment that was either rewarded by the system or purchased or synthesized. The battle armor surged with spiritual energy. However, the battle armor on the Firebird's body didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations. It was more like one of the star technology products that Qin Feng owned. The Firebird quickly turned around after his fist missed. He was hidden in the battle armor, and there was a pair of rocket launchers on the back of the battle armor. Surprisingly, the Firebird floated in the air as if he was standing on a flying sword. Haha, Qin Feng, I've told you not to provoke me and Taoist priest gold. Although you're powerful, you don't know that there are more powerful existences hiding in the dark. My armor is made of special materials. Even a stage 9 inner chi expert won't be able to hurt me. Qin Feng sneered. The Firebird's maniacal laughter echoed on the surface of the sea. Ever since he wore the battle armor on the yacht, the Firebird had become arrogant and arrogant. He didn't even put Qin Feng in his eyes. Qin Feng hovered in the air on his flying sword and stared at the Firebird indifferently. The battle armor was indeed good, but it was useless in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng was curious, so he didn't attack. Otherwise, he would have knocked the Firebird out and brought it back to the yacht. Then let me see just how powerful your battle armor is. Qin Feng's figure disappeared in the air as soon as he finished speaking. Pink light flickered on the surface of the sea under the night sky. His speed was unfathomable. The Firebird became nervous. It couldn't pinpoint Qin Feng's location. In a fit of anger, it raised its hand and shot wildly into the air. Tap, 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 tap. This wasn't a spiritual equipment battle armor. The cuff of the battle armor was like a machine gun, and it shot hundreds of bullets in an instant. The Firebird slowly raised its other arm. It was a rocket launcher. There was a locator in the Firebird's eyes, and a pink light flashed rapidly in its location. Boom! The rocket launcher fired, and a loud sound was like muffled thunder. A rocket launcher soared into the sky and exploded in the dark like a brilliant firework. After missing its target, the Firebird hurriedly adjusted its position and fired a few more rockets. The scene was as exciting as a sci-fi movie. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the rocket launchers came from all directions. Even the people on the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship heard it. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to attack. He dodged the bullets and rockets while staring at the Firebird's battle armor. This was definitely a high-tech battle armor. However, with the current technological level of the countries on Earth, it was impossible to develop such advanced battle armor. Even if the countries had secret research bases with unknown advanced weapons, how could the Firebird get his hands on such a high-tech battle armor? Qin Feng couldn't figure it out. After dodging for a while, a cold sword as bright as the moon suddenly appeared in his hand. Moonmorn rose slightly, but it seemed to draw the power of the moon god. The hazy moonlight in the sky suddenly shone brightly, as if it was drawn by Qin Feng. Boom! The sword chi fell and hit the 3 rocket launchers. The loud sound exploded on the surface of the sea, stirring up a huge wave. Qin Feng's sword was too fast. The Firebird didn't have the chance to react. The wave reached tens of meters high and crashed into the Firebird, drowning him in the sea. Black turtle! Qin Feng hovered in the air and roared at the sea. A sea breeze blew, and an ancient beast rose from the bottom of the sea. The surrounding sea was stirred up by the black turtle's movement, and a huge whirlpool appeared. The black turtle floated to the surface, and the sea turtle slapped its front claws. The waves soared into the sky, but it carried the unconscious firebird out of the sea. Whoosh! At the same time, the many-banded kite opened its bloody mouth and spat a mouthful of venom into the air. The black liquid covered Lee's battle armor. The battle armor was made of an unknown material, and it only started to corrode after a while. Whoosh! The many-banded kite was shocked by the toughness of the battle armor. With the corrosive power of the venom in its mouth, any object that came into contact with the venom would turn into ashes in an instant. In a fit of rage, the many-banded kite spat another mouthful of venom bubble on the battle armor, and the speed of the battle armor's corrosion was obviously doubled. Qin Feng landed on the back of the sea turtle. Seeing the firebird's battle armor was completely corroded, he casually struck a palm of ice and froze the firebird. Qin Feng had successfully captured the firebird. However, Qin Feng's brows were slightly furrowed. He was still thinking about the origin of the firebird's battle armor. This battle armor was truly powerful. If an ordinary person like the firebird wore it, they could even fight against a stage 9 inner Qi martial artist. Fortunately, Qin Feng had already reached stage 1 true Qi. Otherwise, he might not be able to subdue the firebird. On the deck of the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship, hundreds of people gathered around the railing and witnessed the battle and the giant beast that floated to the surface of the sea. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Screams and discussions rose one after another as if they wanted to drown out the sound of the waves. What kind of monster is that? Don't tell me it's here to attack our cruise ship? This is a giant beast from the sea. I remember a few days ago there was a news report that a giant beast from the sea appeared near the Somali Sea. This giant beast directly annihilated the Somali pirates. Someone mentioned the earth-shattering event that the black turtle had done not long ago, and everyone's eyes immediately popped out of their sockets. Leah also stood in the crowd, but her face was calm. She knew that this black turtle was Qin Feng's pet. Princess Lisa was protected by 8 strong guards at all times. Her face was always covered with a veil, and at this moment she also stood by the railing and looked at the giant beast in front of her. Why does it feel like there's no movement? Did young Master Qin catch that bad guy? Someone suddenly became doubtful. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they prayed for Qin Feng in their hearts. This cruise hijacking incident was all because of Qin Feng that everyone was saved. Qin Feng was these people's savior, so nothing could happen to him. Quick, give me the binoculars! A hint of worry appeared on Lisa's beautiful face under the veil. Ever since she was saved by Qin Feng, Lisa's heart couldn't let go of this man. She discovered that Qin Feng was different from all the men she had seen before. Qin Feng was too powerful, especially the domineering and imposing aura, which deeply captivated Lisa. The guard immediately brought the binoculars over. Lisa looked towards the other side, and when she saw the situation on the surface of the sea, she was so shocked that the binoculars in her hand fell into the sea. "Princess Lisa, are you all right?" Maud asked nervously. Everyone looked towards Lisa because Lisa clearly saw the situation on the surface of the sea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown such a shocked expression. Chapter 12:14. Lisa said something inexplicable and confused everyone. However, in the next second, everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the vast ocean under the night sky. The enormous sea monster was quickly approaching, and it looked like it was going to attack the cruise ship. It's over, the sea monster found us. What should we do?" The crowd was already in an uproar. These rich young masters were about to die from depression. Tonight, they were robbed, almost killed by an explosion, and now they were attacked by a huge sea monster. Why were they so unlucky? "Quick, turn the ship around and escape. We can't leave. Young Master Qin's whereabouts are still unknown." We have to find him." The crowd was immediately divided. The cowardly people shouted that they wanted to escape, but there were also people who stood on Qin Feng's side after Qin Feng saved their lives. Princess Lisa, who had been shocked for a long time, finally regained her senses. She immediately yelled, "Everyone shut up! That's young Master Qin's pet. Young Master Qin is back. When young Master Qin gets on the ship, everyone kneel and thank him. You have to be respectful to young Master Qin. Otherwise, I'll throw him into the ocean to feed the fishes." The crowd that was yelling about abandoning Qin Feng immediately shut their mouths. The remaining people were dumbstruck and stared at the rapidly approaching enormous sea monster. The black tortoise came closer and closer. Its enormous size was comparable to Lisa number 1. However, when it neared Lisa number 1, everyone discovered that the sea monster's speed began to decrease, and it finally stopped at the side of the cruise ship. The black tortoise and the cruise ship were practically stuck together. Everyone finally saw the appearance of the sea monster. The many-banded kite with its bloody mouth scared everyone, and the cowardly people immediately fainted. Whoosh! With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng was already standing on the cruise ship. However, someone only noticed him after a while. "Ah, is it young Master Qin? Young Master Qin? When did you get on the ship? Young Master Qin is still alive. Everyone kneel, kneel!" Seeing Qin Feng again, everyone felt as if they had seen a god. Hundreds of people immediately knelt, leaving only Qin Feng, Leah, and Lisa standing on the deck. Qin Feng was confused by everyone's behavior. He told everyone to get up several times, but Princess Lisa had already given the order. Without her permission, who dared to get up? "Young Master Qin, thank you for saving me and the passengers on the ship. I thank you on behalf of everyone." Lisa had already walked to Qin Feng's side. The previously arrogant and noble princess now spoke to Qin Feng with the tone of a maid. Seeing Lisa's flirtatious look, Leo immediately ran to Qin Feng's side and pulled him to the side. She glared at Lisa and said, "You've already thanked us. If there's nothing else, then don't disturb us. We still have things to discuss." After all, Lisa was still a princess. She was used to being arrogant. She was humble to Qin Feng, but that didn't mean she would be humble to others. "How can you talk to this princess like that? Do you believe that I'll get someone to throw you into the sea to feed the fishes?" Leah was immediately angered. She placed her hands on her hips and shouted at Lisa, "You dare to throw me into the sea? Why don't you try throwing one? One word from my darling can destroy this ship of yours." Lisa was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. She also placed her hands on her hips and glared at Leah. These two were the two prettiest women on the cruise ship, but now they were quarreling because of Qin Feng. The male passengers on the ship were extremely envious. Qin Feng knew that the two women were just bickering, so he didn't pay attention to them. He used his mind to communicate with Black Tortoise. A huge wave exploded. Everyone looked towards the sea in fright, only to see that the big sea monster had already turned around and left. Its speed was even faster than the Lisa number 1 cruise ship. The waves around them soared into the sky. Black Tortoise pulled a wave forward and disappeared from everyone's sight in a few breaths. "Phut! Is that sea monster really young Master Qin's pet? He left after bringing young Master Qin here." The crowd was once again in a heated discussion. Qin Feng didn't care about this. Leah and Lisa were still bickering. The two women's eyes were red and their necks were thick. It looked like they were about to fight. "All right, Xiaoya, I've caught the Firebird. Go interrogate him. I'll go ask about the Golden Assassin crew." Only then did Leah realize that there was a piece of ice at Qin Feng's feet. The ice was extremely hard. Leah examined it carefully and realized that there was a frozen Firebird inside. In front of proper business, Leah didn't bicker with Princess Lisa anymore. She looked at the hard ice with a gloomy expression. "Darling, how am I supposed to interrogate him like this?" Qin Feng pinched Leah's pretty face and casually sent out a ball of fire. Everyone cried out in shock. But in the next second, the ice melted and the Firebird shivered from the cold. "Firebird, let's see where you can run now." Li angrily stepped on it. The Firebird's skin turned purple, but it didn't seem to feel any pain. It trembled as it looked at Qin Feng and said, "Young Master Qin, I'll spare me. I'll give you anything you want, I'll—" Before it finished speaking, Lisa also stepped on it, as if she was venting the anger in her heart from quarreling with Leah. "Spare you? What are you thinking? Hurry up and shut up. You too. Lock him up in the confinement room." Under Lisa's order, Maud immediately brought a guard captain to personally escort the Firebird. The Firebird was just an ordinary person. Now that he didn't have the protection of the Golden Assassin crew and that magical high-tech battle armor, he was completely defeated by Qin Feng. Leah had already followed Maud to the confinement room to prepare to interrogate the Firebird. Lisa finally found a chance to be alone with Qin Feng. She immediately moved closer and purposely pressed her body against Qin Feng's shoulder. "Young Master Qin, you must be exhausted after a busy night, right? Why don't we go to my boudoir, and I'll give you a good massage." Lisa was already convinced by Qin Feng's skills. After seeing Black Tortoise just now, she respected Qin Feng like a god. Qin Feng glanced at Lisa indifferently, then looked at the assassin who was kneeling in the crowd and trembling in fear. "Come with me." The three of them walked to Lisa's boudoir, and Lisa personally ran to prepare a bath for Qin Feng. Only Qin Feng and the remaining Golden Assassin crew assassin were left in the outer hall. "How far is this place from the Golden Assassin crew's base?" Qin Feng sat on a leather chair and got straight to the point. Once the assassin entered the room, he knelt on the ground. He didn't even dare to look at Qin Feng. He lowered his head and said, "Young Master Qin, we're currently in the Neil Islands. It's not far from Neil Island. If we land on Neil Island, we'll have to walk for another half a day." Qin Feng looked at the time. It was midnight. If they traveled through the night, they would arrive at the Golden Assassin crew's base early in the morning. Qin Feng came to South Africa this time to eliminate the Golden Assassin crew. Now that the Firebird was caught and Lia's mission was completed, Qin Feng had no other concerns. "Princess Lisa, order the captain to advance towards the Neil Islands," said Qin Feng. Lisa just came out of the bathwater. She had no doubt about Qin Feng's words and immediately gave the order. After making these preparations, Qin Feng slapped the assassin unconscious. He had been busy for a day and a night, so he was prepared to have a good rest. When he woke up early in the morning, he would go to the Golden Assassin crew's base and kill to his heart's content. "Young Master Qin, the bathwater is ready. Let me personally help you bathe and change your clothes." Lisa suddenly walked up. After seeing the assassin unconscious, Lisa took off her veil and revealed her beautiful face to the air. Qin Feng didn't refuse. After Lisa helped him take off his clothes, he lazily walked into the bathtub and soaked. The water temperature was just right, and there was water flowing in the pool. It felt like the effect of an electric bathtub. Qin Feng rested his shoulders on the edge of the pool and closed his eyes to enjoy this rare comfort. A pair of delicate fingers landed on Qin Feng's shoulders and massaged his shoulders. Qin Feng didn't open his eyes, so he knew it was Lisa massaging him. At this moment, Princess Lisa was wearing a white chiffon nightgown. Her delicate body was faintly discernible in the golden room. This proud princess of the imperial family was now serving Qin Feng like a servant. If this scene was seen by the high-ranking officials of the imperial family and the local people, they would definitely be shocked blind. After Lisa finished massaging Qin Feng's back, she suddenly pulled off the silk belt around her waist, lifted her slender legs, and walked into the bathtub. The bathtub was very big, and it could accommodate tens of people bathing. However, at this moment, only Qin Feng and Lisa were sitting in it. The entire room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Princess Lisa's lily-white hands were already groping around Qin Feng's chest. However, Qin Feng didn't open his eyes and let Lisa do whatever she wanted. Lisa stared at Qin Feng's cold and resolute face, and her heartbeat started to speed up. As a noble princess of the imperial family, Lisa had kept her chastity as jade for 23 years. Although she used the Lisa #1 to travel around the world once a year, and every time she traveled, there would be a banquet. However, the people who won the card game at the banquet never touched Lisa. Every time they entered this boudoir, they were knocked unconscious by Lisa's drugged wine. When they woke up the next day, they were chased away. The men that Lisa met all came for her beauty and wealth, and those men couldn't enter Princess Lisa's eyes at all. However, Qin Feng was different. Not only was he unrivaled, but he was also indifferent to Lisa's beauty. This, on the other hand, made Princess Lisa even more captivated. Master Qin Feng, how about letting this little girl serve you tonight? Lisa touched her body and felt that it was boiling. She suddenly stuck close to Qin Feng's ear and blew hot air. With this kind of seductive voice and Princess Lisa's beauty and status, which man in the world could resist this kind of temptation? However, Qin Feng closed his eyes and didn't fight. It was as if he didn't understand Princess Lisa's meaning. He said indifferently, "After bathing, leave. I want to rest quietly." Lisa was already lying in Qin Feng's embrace with her arms around the back of his waist. After hearing these words, she was suddenly shocked. This was the first time she doubted her own charm. "Yes, master." "Then Lisa will stay in the bathtub and accompany master." Princess Lisa was willing to be Qin Feng's servant. She was used to being a princess and was used to ordering servants around. Now that she was someone else's servant, this kind of feeling made Princess Lisa feel extremely excited. Chapter 12:15. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng was woken up by Princess Lisa. The two of them were still lying in the pool. Lisa was already naked, and the sexy curves of her body instantly woke Qin Feng up. "Young Master Qin, we've arrived at the Nile Sea. According to the assassin, we're approaching a deserted island." So they had arrived at the island where the Golden Assassin cruise base was. Qin Feng suppressed the evil fire in his heart and got up to put on his clothes. Princess Lisa looked at Qin Feng's well-built muscles and felt a bit disappointed. She had been rejected by Qin Feng twice in a row, and she was starting to doubt her own charm. Lisa's looks and figure were top-notch, but Qin Feng didn't want to provoke this imperial princess. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. After putting on his clothes, Qin Feng found Leah. He planned to take the assassin to the Golden Assassin cruise base alone. As for Leah, she would take the Lisa #1 and escort the Firebird to Hong Kong. After settling everything, the cruise ship just so happened to stop. Because Qin Feng had saved a ship full of people, over 1,000 people came out to send Qin Feng off after finding out that he was going to disembark early. "Young Master Qin, when you return to China, little brother will definitely visit you at the Qin Manor. Thank you, young Master Qin, for saving our lives this time. With such a young and outstanding talent like young Master Qin, China will definitely get better and better in the future." Everyone said goodbye to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked around and nodded slightly at everyone. Princess Lisa and Leah followed Qin Feng to the shore, one on the left and one on the right. They looked at Qin Feng reluctantly. "You guys don't have to send me off. Hurry and go back." Qin Feng was also a bit reluctant, but he showed an indifferent expression. "Darling, then be careful. Tell me as soon as you complete the mission." Leah tiptoed and kissed Qin Feng on the lips. This scene made Lisa somewhat restless. "Young Master Qin, when you have time, you must come to my country as a guest. I'll let my royal father see you." Princess Lisa said. Qin Feng's heart suddenly tightened. Why would he want to see his royal father? This was clearly the rhythm of a marriage proposal. Qin Feng didn't want to marry to a big country like South Africa and become the son-in-law. Cough, cough. All right, don't argue with Leah on the ship. Help me take care of Leah and send her to Hong Kong, do you hear me? Qin Feng looked at Lisa with a serious expression. Lisa was now as obedient as Qin Feng's maid. Although she was slightly dissatisfied with Leah, she did not complain after receiving Qin Feng's orders. Young Master Qin, don't worry. I'll protect Miss Leah's safety and send the Firebird to Hong Kong. By the way, Firebird has a batch of drugs on this ship. When the time comes, it will be used as evidence of his smuggling. Qin Feng told the two girls many things before he reluctantly left. The Lisa No. 1 cruise ship set sail again and quickly disappeared into the boundless sea. It was still late at night, and the sky had yet to brighten. On this desolate island, Qin Feng and the assassin headed towards the base. How many bases does the Golden Assassin crew have in South Africa? Qin Feng asked as he hurried along. The assassin had no intention of resisting in front of Qin Feng. He said whatever he wanted to say. Young Master Qin, there's only one base here. It's the main base we're heading to. This island is filled with people from the Golden Assassin crew? Tell me about the division of power and the terrain of the base. Qin Feng always inquired about the local situation before going into battle. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. This base is the main base of the Golden Assassin crew. The entire island is filled with people from the Golden Assassin crew. It's several times more powerful than the base in China's Zhongchuan city. The members are scattered throughout the island, totaling over 1,000 people. The Golden Assassin crew is led by the Golden Taoist. There are also 12 great warlocks, dozens of little warlocks, and several hundred assassins to form the main fighting force. The assassin's introduction was very detailed. Qin Feng's expression became slightly dignified. The main base of the Golden Assassin crew was as powerful as the Verdant Sect's 7-star mountain base in China's Chuan City. It was obviously not to be underestimated. What realm is the Golden Taoist? How are the great warlocks and little warlocks defined? Qin Feng continued to ask. Young Master Qin, the Golden Taoist is very mysterious. I've joined the Golden Assassin crew for 3 years, but I've never seen the Golden Taoist in person, let alone his realm. In the Golden Assassin crew, the development of the organization is managed by 12 great warlocks. All 12 of them are Stage 9 Inner Chi experts, but they are proficient in all kinds of strange spells. Ordinary Stage 9 Inner Chi martial artists can't compare to them. As for the little warlocks, all of them are Stage 7 Inner Chi experts and above. Their spells are minor success, so they aren't afraid of ordinary Stage 9 Inner Chi martial artists. After listening to the assassin's introduction, Qin Feng thoroughly understood the internal division of the Golden Assassin crew. Originally, Qin Feng thought that the Golden Assassin crew was divided into 4 groups: gold, silver, bronze, and frost iron. Golden ones were already the most powerful members of the Golden Assassin crew. However, it turned out that these assassins didn't have high positions in the Golden Assassin crew. They belonged to the lowest ranks. The real higher-ups were the little warlocks, the great warlocks, and the Golden Taoist. Qin Feng had never fought against a golden warlock. When he defeated golden ones, he used yellow paper talismans. He reckoned that the talismans refined by the Golden Taoist or the great warlock were given to him. This time he was going to fight against the great warlocks who could cast spells and set up formations. These warlocks were much more powerful than orthodox martial cultivators of the same rank. This was originally a deserted island. Later on, the Golden Taoist occupied it and established it as the Golden Assassin crew's secret base. There weren't many people on the island, and there were few buildings. Most of the place was a tropical rainforest, but there were many assassins hidden in the forest. Along the way, Qin Feng killed at least 30 people. Ever since he set foot on the island, he activated the killer book and upgraded it to the 2nd level. The assassin who followed Qin Feng was scared witless. He originally thought that Qin Feng would be assassinated after he set foot on the island. But now the assassin had already dispelled this absurd idea. Young Master Qin, the entrance to the base is just ahead. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the assassin who led the way suddenly stopped and pointed to an empty plain in front of them. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He already knew that the Golden Assassin crew's base was hidden by a formation. Although it was a flat plain in front of him, Qin Feng knew that the base was built somewhere on this plain. "What's up with the formation here?" Qin Feng asked coldly. He planned to break the formation after he figured out the theory behind it. "Young Master Qin, this is a secret of the base. How would a lowly assassin like me know?" The assassin looked at Qin Feng with a bitter expression. "Then take me in." "Okay, young Master Qin, follow me closely. Not only are there hidden formations, but there are also hidden offensive formations. If you're not careful, you'll be turned into ashes." The assassin's expression became serious. He leaped onto the plain and led the way. The Golden Assassin crew's base had set up many checkpoints. Even if an ordinary person accidentally landed on this abandoned island, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. It was precisely because this deserted island was full of arrays that it was now called Ghost Island by the people in the surrounding area. This was because no one who had landed on the island had ever left alive. The assassin's movement technique was light and nimble. He walked on the ground without making any sound. His speed became faster and faster. He was originally heading north, but he suddenly changed direction and flew west. "You're courting death." Whoosh! A white light flashed. In the next moment, the assassin's body was split in half. His upper body disappeared, and his lower body fell onto the plain, dyeing the grass red. Qin Feng arrived at the assassin's feet. After some observation, he confirmed that the entrance to the base was nearby. The assassin had planned to escape, but he was still discovered by Qin Feng. As a result, the assassin's upper body entered the formation while his lower body remained outside. "Humph. Taoist gold? I want to see how powerful your magic is." Qin Feng leaped up and turned into a pink light that flew through the air. Suddenly, a rain of fire fell from the sky, illuminating half the sky. These fireballs scattered everywhere and activated many formations on the ground. After these formations were activated, all kinds of traps suddenly appeared. Some suddenly sank into the ground, while others shot darts and arrows from the ground. However, none of the formations could harm even a hair on Qin Feng's head. Bang, 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 bang! The originally tranquil valley was filled with loud noises. More than half of the formations in the surroundings had been destroyed by Qin Feng. At this moment, the sky had already turned white. However, there were suddenly more than 20 assassins in black on the empty plain. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously here? Today will be the day you die." It seemed that the commotion outside had attracted the assassins inside the formation. After these people appeared, they did not waste any time and immediately surrounded Qin Feng. The members of the Golden Assassin crew all had the same emblem on their chests, which was embroidered with a burning flame. Moreover, these assassins were divided according to the color of the flame. The gold group had the golden flame, the silver group had the silver flame, the bronze group and the winter iron group, and so on. This time, the 20 assassins who surrounded Qin Feng were led by 3 powerhouses from the gold group, and the rest were mostly from the silver group. As for the bronze and winter iron group assassins, they were originally gathered in the base in Zhongchuan City, Hong Kong. They were rarely seen in this main base because their strength was too low. Suddenly, Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and hovered in the air. A long sword that was as bright as the moon appeared in his hand. He waved Munmorn casually, but it seemed to draw on the power of the moon. A majestic sword aura enveloped the ground. The expressions of the assassins changed when they approached Qin Feng, and they were all blown into pieces before they could react. Rumble. In a breath's time, Qin Feng killed over 20 assassins. He waved his sword again and slashed at an empty space on the ground. The sword aura hit the air, but it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. That was the formation that Qin Feng had found. Chapter 1216. After everything was done, Qin Feng began to attack the formation. However, after attacking for a while, he discovered that the formation's core was very strange. The formation's core could absorb the spiritual energy floating in the surrounding forest to replenish its energy. If Qin Feng were to attack it alone, he would probably need to fight for a day and a night. Rumble! A muffled sound exploded in the sky. A golden fur lion king with golden curly hair slashed down from the sky with the dragon saber in his hand. The saber formed a sea of sabers, and its momentum seemed to be able to split mountains and rivers. Rumble! With the addition of the golden fur lion king, the formation core was quickly weakening, but it was still too slow. Qin Feng moved his thoughts, and a few silhouettes flashed and descended. Shimin Chue Shui was wearing a snow-white robe. He held an ordinary black, scabbard sword in his hand, but every slash of his sword set off a turbulent momentum. Ouyang Feng held the snake staff in his hand, and a few fireballs fell from the sky. Glacial Snow Mastiff and Flaming Golden Eagle were also teleported by Qin Feng through the time-space gate. Even Hua Tuo was here. There were less than 10 of them, but their combined combat power was not to be underestimated. In a short while, the formation core was completely destroyed. Rumble! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the ground, causing the entire plain and valley to shake. A cluster of buildings appeared on the originally flat ground. Qin Feng and the others stood under the city gate, where 40 to 50 black-clothed assassins had already rushed out. Who dares to break into the Golden Assassin cruise base? Die quickly! As soon as the leading assassin finished speaking, a white light flashed across his neck. The assassin's head was separated from his body, and he fell into a pool of blood. Qin Feng's casual palm strike scared the assassins half to death. They were all assassins who had killed countless people, but they didn't even see how Qin Feng did it. "Master, you can rest at the side. Leave these ants to us," the golden fur Lion King roared, and before the assassins could react, he slashed 6 of them into pieces. Shimin Chue Shui, Ouyang Feng, and Hua Tuo also attacked. The 3 of them were at stage 1 true Qi, so the assassins below stage 9 inner Qi were no match for them. Even the glacial snow mastiff and flaming golden eagle were pressing the assassins along the way. The contrast between ice and fire was magnificent. The 30 or so assassins guarding the gate were killed in an instant, but another 100 or so black-clothed assassins rushed out. This time, it wasn't just low-level assassins who had come. There were also a few old men dressed in white and gray robes. "Who are you people? Why did you come to my golden assassin crew to cause trouble?" The crowd rushed to the city gate, but they were not in a hurry to act. A man in a white robe walked to the front of the crowd and looked at Qin Feng. "Who are you?" Qin Feng asked. "I'm a great warlock of the Golden Assassin group. You've killed many of our disciples, so don't even think of leaving without an explanation." The great warlock was aware that Qin Feng's group possessed superior strength, so he didn't dare to attack them directly. He wanted to use the Golden Assassin crew's prestige to intimidate everyone. Qin Feng sneered. "You're not qualified to talk to me. Tell your golden Taoist to come out." The complexion of the great warlock changed dramatically in an instant, and his white hair fluttered in anger. "You lowly people dare to call our Taoist priest by his name? You want to see him? You'll have to get past me first." Golden Taoist priest was the leader of the assassin group, and his reputation was inviolable. The great warlock was obviously thoroughly enraged and suddenly roared, "Great warlocks, follow me into formation. Young warlocks, assist in attack. Assassins, main attack." The Golden Assassin group was really meticulous when it came to fighting. It was even more troublesome than many big sects outside of China's martial world. like the Wudong 13 Swords Formation, the Shaolin 18 Bronze Men Formation, and the Stellar Gate that Qin Fun had exterminated. The Golden Assassin Group was famous for all kinds of spells. In just a few breaths of time, the 100 people suddenly divided into 3 teams, and each team's formation was very strange. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of assassins flew over, holding different weapons. Shimin Chueshue and the other heroes didn't care about these rookies and launched a counterattack at the same time. The sky was filled with the shadows of knives and swords. In an instant, more than 10 assassins died tragically on the ground. The expressions of the young warlocks in the second team changed drastically, and they all threw yellow talismans into the sky. Suddenly, they turned into fireballs, ice, and even a few heavenly thunder talismans. The heavenly thunder could only be triggered by experts of the half-step fairy realm. However, some spell masters who specialized in spells could trigger the thunder in advance. Although the heavenly thunder, triggered by these young warlocks, was earth-shattering, its power was far inferior to the heavenly thunder triggered by experts of the half-step fairy realm. The sound of thunder rumbled in the void, and even the weather changed. The assassins all retreated, scattering and hiding in the dark, as if they were waiting for a surprise attack to deal a fatal blow. The fireballs and ice that filled the sky were nothing to Ouyang Feng and the others. However, when the heavenly thunder came rolling down, it was like an electric net had enveloped the 4 heroes, trapping them in a very small area. Humph! How dare you provoke the danger of the Golden Assassin Group? You are simply seeking death. The great warlocks in the last row suddenly attacked. They bit their fingers and used their blood essence to draw a formation on their palms. Then they pushed their palms forward, and several handprints landed on the heads of Ouyang Feng and the others. The heavenly thunder, which was originally as thick as a finger, suddenly expanded, becoming as thick as an arm. Rumble, rumble. The heavenly thunder had already landed on the 4 heroes' bodies. Shimin Chueshue's cultivation was the lowest. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. However, Ouyang Feng and Hua Tuo were not in a good state either. They were already too weak to attack, and they were busy dodging the power of the heavenly thunder. Only the Golden Fur Lion King raised his dragon-slaying saber and tried to break through the electric net. However, it seemed like it would be difficult for him to do so in such a short time. The battle was in a difficult situation. Suddenly, a pink light flickered in the void, and another muffled thunder rumbled. It was even more violent than the heavenly thunder caused by the warlocks. Several lightning bolts, which were as thick as a person's waist, struck down, instantly creating several large pits in the ground. The surrounding assassins were all blasted to pieces, and a few unfortunate warlocks were also struck by the lightning bolts. Qin Feng's figure appeared, standing on his flying sword and hovering in midair. He was wearing a purple thunder wild robe, and electric currents were surging around him. The purple lightning bolts were drawn down by Qin Feng. Not good. The opponent also has a great warlock, and his realm is higher than ours. The members of the assassin group, who originally had the upper hand, immediately fell into chaos. Ouyang Feng and the others had already broken through the electric net and were wantonly killing everyone. The group of warlocks was so scared that they threw their heads away and fled. What kind of powerful technique was able to draw out heavenly thunder that was as thick as a person's waist? It was comparable to the wrath of heavenly thunder that could be drawn out by a half-step to the fairy realm expert. Crackle! After the purple thunder rang out, it could not be calmed down. The whole valley seemed to be in a sea of lightning. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. There were corpses everywhere, and it was even more terrifying than hell. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for torturing and killing 50 people. You have upgraded the killer book to level 3. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for torturing and killing 100 people. You have upgraded the killer book to level 4. The system notifications kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind. He had already killed over 100 assassins and warlocks. The gate of the Golden Assassin Group's base was destroyed, and a cloud of dust rose. Ouyang Feng and the others entered the base. The glacial snow mastiff leaped into the base, and the flaming golden eagle circled above the base. Fire rained down from the sky. Not good! Someone has broken through the base's array and is killing their way in. The assassins and warlocks who were beaten back ran all over the base. Even more members rushed out. They had not seen the power of Qin Feng's group, and they angrily shouted, "What are you panicking for? This is the Golden Assassin Group's base. No matter how many people come, let them die here." Whoosh! 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 White light filled the sky, and it seemed to fill every corner of the base. Many of the members who were acting ruthlessly suddenly exploded and died halfway through their words. Qin Feng's elite team was too valiant. The lowest realm among them was Shimin Chueshue, who was at stage 9 inner chi, and the Golden Fur Lion King, who was at stage 4 vital energy, was too fierce. It was almost to the extent that he could kill anyone who stood in his way. The Dragon Slayer saber in his hand had turned blood red, and a bloody path was carved out behind him. Quickly inform Taoist Master Gold. The enemy this time is too strong. Finally, someone thought of the leader of the organization. Everyone ran toward the innermost part of the base. There was an octagonal tower there, and it was the private area where Taoist Master Gold cultivated in seclusion. Rumble. Qin Feng killed his way over on his flying sword. Whenever he saw the octagonal tower, he would send several balls of destructive fire flying toward it. The flames raged endlessly, and in an instant, the top of the tower was set ablaze. The disciples who had just run downstairs were trembling in fear. Taoist Master Gold's forbidden cultivation area had been burned down. These people were here to exterminate the entire sect. What kind of madman is this? He dares to cause trouble in the Golden Assassin Group's base? An aged roar descended from the sky, and it seemed to come from all directions. Qin Feng and the others temporarily stopped, but they could not find the figure of the person who spoke. The defeated disciples were pleasantly surprised, as if they had found a life-saving straw in the water. This was Taoist Master Gold's voice. "Grandpa Qin Feng, I've come here today to destroy your assassin group's base." Qin Feng's voice spread out, and his true chi shot out. Just his loud roar alone was enough to make the disciples on the ground unable to breathe. Suddenly, another aura appeared in the air. The aura instantly increased, and it actually suppressed Qin Feng's true chi. "So you're Qin Feng. You wild brat, you actually dared to destroy my Huaxia base. I was just about to look for you." Taoist Master Gold's voice was clearly much colder. Just as he finished speaking, a ball of flames descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky. "Master, be careful!" the four heroes cried out at the same time. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped on his flying sword to narrowly avoid the 3 balls of flames. Several loud sounds exploded on the ground, and the valley shook violently. 3 huge pits appeared, and the flames in the deep pits were still burning fiercely. The intensity of the flames was even comparable to Qin Feng's destructive fire. Taoist Master Gold suddenly appeared, and he stood at the top of the octagonal tower, ignoring the burning of the destructive fire. He wore a golden robe and held a staff in his hand. His gray hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes spat out flames of anger. "Sticking brat, you want to destroy my base with just these few people? This is simply—" An angry roar rang out, but halfway through he suddenly stopped. A black shadow had appeared at the top of the octagonal tower, and with a flash of golden light, the dragon Salyer had already descended, directly sending Taoist Master Gold flying. For the fastest and most accurate reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 1217. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and it became extremely strange. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, as they were all stunned by the scene of the Golden Fur Lion King slapping the Golden Taoist priest away. The Golden Taoist priest's entrance was extremely powerful, as the flames he had unleashed had forced Qin Feng to retreat. However, he was still unable to withstand the Golden Fur Lion King's palm strike. "Humph! You are just an ant trying to act mysterious. Just watch how I will torture you." The Golden Fur Lion King was extremely puzzled, and he was slightly surprised for a second before he raised the dragon blade and slashed at the Golden Taoist priest once again. The long blade energy descended from the sky, instantly creating a fissure in the ground. However, the Golden Taoist priest had already disappeared, as if he had escaped underground. The atmosphere became strange once again, and it even had a slightly grave feeling to it. This spellmaster was indeed difficult to deal with. Attracting lightning and escaping underground were consummate techniques that could only be used by half-step fairy realm experts. However, the Golden Taoist priest had used some talismans and secret techniques to achieve these abilities. "You coward! If you have the guts, then come out and fight me. Escaping underground isn't a man at all." Although the Golden Fur Lion King was blind, he could still sense everything. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted from the bottom of his feet, and the Golden Fur Lion King immediately flew up. Numerous fireballs followed behind him, and the intense flames seemed like they were about to melt the air. The Golden Fur Lion King's expression changed. Whoosh! Numerous icicles attacked him, instantly forming a layer of ice beneath the Golden Fur Lion King's feet. The Golden Taoist priest's expression changed greatly. It was obvious that he did not expect Qin Feng's ice to be able to block his flames. This was the Earth Dragon's fire that had devoured a fire element demonic beast's demon nucleus. How could the ice created by an ordinary vital energy expert be able to restrict it? "Little brat, I have underestimated you. It's a pity that you all still have to die in the end." The Golden Taoist priest was filled with anger, and his gray hair fluttered to the top of his head. He suddenly bit the skin on his hand and waved it around in the air. It was unknown what he was doing. Rumble. However, in the next moment, a large area of the ground suddenly caved in. Qin Feng and the 4 heroes did not have the ability to fly in the air, so they could only fall. With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng quickly escaped on his flying sword. However, Golden Fur Lion King and the other 3 heroes had not reached the realm of flying in the air, so they could only fall. The sunken ground seemed to be bottomless, as if it was leading to the earth's core. Rumble. However, halfway down, raging flames burst out from the ground. The flames soared into the sky, as if forming a fire dragon. Not good. Everyone, quickly think of a way to get out. This is the myriad beast true fire. We won't be able to stop it. The Golden Fur Lion King's expression changed greatly. He had almost been hit by the earth dragon fire from the Golden Taoist priest, so he was very vigilant towards the fire dragon emerging from the ground. When Shimin, Chueishue, and Hua Tuo's feet were about to be devoured by the fire dragon, Ouyang Feng stepped on the walls around him and tried to pull them back with his snake cane. "This won't do. This earth dragon flame is too fierce. You guys go up first. Don't worry about us." Shimin Chueishue and Hua Tuo's expressions were grave. Ouyang Feng and Golden Fur Lion King could not do anything either. The 4 of them were falling, and the fire was rising from the ground. They could not even protect themselves, let alone save others. Haha, a group of ants like you dares to provoke the dignity of this deity? So what if you are experts of true chi stage? In front of a gold warlock with exceedingly high magical powers, they're all dead. The Golden Taoist priest jumped onto the burning roof of the octagonal building. He looked at the situation on the ground and laughed maniacally. His dazzling golden robe fluttered as he ignored the destructive fire burning on the roof of the octagonal building. Halfway through his laughter, the Golden Taoist priest's expression suddenly froze. The 4 people on the ground who were about to be devoured by the earth dragon flame suddenly disappeared. Then a silver light flickered above his head, and the four heroes descended from the sky like divine soldiers. "You bastard! Eat this!" After the golden fur Lion King reappeared, the Dragon Slayer's saber slashed down from the sky. The tens of meters long saber Chi directly split the octagonal building into two. The building collapsed with a rumble, and the golden Taoist priest was sent flying. Rumble! Loud noises resounded continuously, and a cloud of dust flew everywhere. It was as if there was an earthquake. The golden Taoist priest was buried in the rubble, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The assassin group members, standing downstairs, were dumbstruck. A second ago, the golden Taoist priest had the upper hand, and he was about to burn Golden Fur Lion King and the other three alive. But a moment later, the situation had changed. This reversal happened too quickly, and no one could recover from it. Rumble! The golden Taoist priest didn't die so easily. After a loud noise came from the ruins, a golden figure soared into the sky. "How is this possible? You're all great warlocks. How is this possible?" The golden Taoist priest landed on the roof of another building. With a magic staff in hand, he looked at Qin Fun's group of five with a shocked expression. For a moment, he forgot to continue fighting. Just a moment ago, Qin Fun used the spatial gate to transport the four heroes from the ground to the sky. This scene made the golden Taoist priest mistakenly believe that everyone was a great warlock. This was a type of transposition spell. What's with all this nonsense? Die! The golden fur king bellowed, and once again brandished the domineering dragon slayer. After exchanging blows, everyone had a better understanding of each other's strength. The golden Taoist priest might be at the realm of level 2 true chi, but his spells were exceedingly high. Just a moment ago, he almost burned Golden Fur Lion King, who was at level 4 true chi, to death. As for Shimin Chue Shui, Ouyang Foam, and Hua Tuo, they simply couldn't subdue the Golden Fur Lion King. However, the golden Taoist priest also had a weakness. Without using spells, he wasn't Golden Fur Lion King's match. He was already sent flying by Golden Fur Lion King twice. Rumble! A series of loud noises resounded in the air. Golden Fur Lion King and the golden Taoist priest were engaged in a brawl. In the head-on clash, the golden Taoist priest was quickly defeated and once again escaped underground. "Phut! You coward, are you even a man?" The golden fur Lion King bellowed in anger. Every time it was about to kill the golden Taoist priest, this guy would immediately escape underground. However, tens of meters away, the golden Taoist priest suddenly appeared. The golden robe on his body had been chopped into pieces, and there were a few bloody scratches on his body. He looked battered and exhausted. "You bunch of madmen. Today, I'll fight it out with you. All members of the Golden Assassin crew, listen to my command. We won't rest until Qin Fun is dead." The golden Taoist priest bellowed. His voice penetrated through the air and resounded throughout the deserted island. Thousands of assassin crew members gathered on the island, and in a moment, all of them rushed toward the center of the base. The sound of footsteps resounded unceasingly, and groups of people rushed over from all directions. Qin Fun and the four heroes only had 5 people and 2 battle pets, but they were facing thousands of assassin warlocks. It was a strange scene. Golden Taoist priest. The people who rushed over all greeted the golden Taoist priest respectfully. Then they stared malevolently at Qin Fun's group of 5 and the 2 beasts that were surrounded. No matter how powerful Qin Fun's group of 5 were, the thousands of disciples gathered around them did not take them seriously at all. The Golden Assassin crew had been established for hundreds of years, and the Golden Warlocks had been passed down since ancient times. Although this mysterious organization was weakening, it had never been destroyed. No one believed that the Golden Assassin crew would be destroyed because the Golden Taoist priest's strength and magic were unfathomable. With him leading the way, Qin Fun's group would undoubtedly die. "Qin Fun, you've underestimated the power of my Golden Assassin crew." Because of this, you'll have to pay with your life. The golden Taoist priest was initially uncertain, but when his subordinates all gathered around him, he immediately became arrogant again. No matter how powerful Qin Fin was and how he was crowned China's #1, the golden Taoist priest did not believe that Qin Fin's group could leave alive under the siege of thousands of people. You're dawdling like an old woman. Watch my blade. Golden Fur Lion King could not wait any longer. He lifted the dragon's saber and leaped into the air. With a furious roar, the powerful aura of stage for true Qi surged out. 100-meter-long blade aura condensed and instantly split the space in half. Before the dozens of assassins could react, they were already smashed into pieces. Brothers, let's kill this group of arrogant bastards. Warlocks set up the formation, assassins attack. Golden Fur Lion King's blade completely started the battle. Hundreds of assassins leaped into the air, and the sky was densely packed with people, blocking the view of the sky. Shimin Chue Shui danced the black scabbard sword in his hand. In an instant, the sky was densely packed with sword images. Dozens of assassins who were trying to stab him suddenly exploded in midair. They did not even know how they died. Ouyang Feng had already entered a state of madness. His entire body was like a giant toad lying on the ground. His body was filled with an overbearing, evil aura. Any random burst of his aura could send a group of assassins flying. It was simply a one-sided tyranny. The 4 heroes each had their own strengths. These assassins were all below stage 9 inner Qi, so they were no match for the heroes. Moreover, Hua Tuo, the immortal doctor, did not even need to attack. He was only responsible for replenishing Qin foam and the others' medicinal pills. Bang! 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 Loud noises resounded incessantly. The valley was dark and gloomy, as if it was the end of the world. Although the assassins had a lot of people, they quickly realized the difference in strength between the two sides was too big. Even the little warlocks and great warlocks could not protect themselves. The so-called formation was destroyed by Qin Feng as soon as it was built. These people are simply homicidal maniacs. Everyone, run for your lives. Who are they? When did China have such powerful experts? Qin Feng? The person leading them is China's Azure Dragon Qin Feng. He is an existence that defeated the divine dragon. The originally imposing assassins soon lost their confidence. Many of them covered their heads and fled like rats. Just Qin Feng's name alone was enough to scare them half to death. Dozens of little warlocks were burned to ashes by the fire of destruction. The great warlocks were no longer in the mood to set up formations. They did not even have the ability to protect themselves. Standing on top of a building, Gold Taoist priest was fuming. Qin Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. Who dares to run? Come back here. Gold Taoist priest roared at the sky, but no one listened to him. Suddenly, several black flames appeared in the crowd. It was Gold Taoist priest's earth dragon fire. Flames of war raged in the surroundings. Dozens of assassins were instantly melted, but even more assassins were still running away. They were going to die anyway, so they might as well try their luck. Qin Feng, you have ruined my plans time and time again. How dare you cause trouble in my base? Today, I will make you die a horrible death. Gold Taoist priest suddenly stopped. He ignored the assassins who were running away. His golden Taoist robe fluttered as he bit his hands, causing his blood essence to shoot out in all directions. He drew many mysterious patterns in the void, and those ancient patterns appeared, forming a formation in the void that began to operate. Strange golden lights shot out and fell on the hundreds of disciples on the ground. The disciples who were running for their lives stiffened and their eyes became empty, as if they had become shells. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site and read the latest. Chapter 1218. Rumble. A series of loud noises suddenly rang out from the ground. These noises came from the bodies of the hundreds of disciples. No one knew what kind of evil spell Golden Taoist priest used to control the minds of hundreds of disciples, turning them into real death warriors. A death warrior was terrifying because he was not afraid of death. There was only one thought left in his mind, and he had to complete it. Master, there's something wrong with these people. Everyone be careful. Golden Fur Lion King was the first to notice the abnormality. The ferocious and invincible Golden Lion King leaped to the wall dozens of meters away. Shimin Chui Shui turned into a white shadow and disappeared. Ouyang Feng leaped to the top of a building like a giant toad. The flaming golden eagle circled in the air and let out angry cries. Hua Tuo rode on the glacial snow mastiff and hid in the dark. The intense battle suddenly came to a halt, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. The group of disciples were like zombies, hunching their backs and standing in the same place, as if waiting for their masters to give orders. Haha, Qin Feng, aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you fight? Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending a gold warlock. Woo woo woo. After Golden Taoist priest laughed wildly, he suddenly pouted and howled at the sky. His howl sounded like a wolf's howl, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the hundreds of disciples on the ground moved. Their speed was obviously faster, and their strength seemed to have increased by a lot. Clouds of mist rose from their bodies, and it felt very strange. Swish! Without hesitation, Qin Feng shot out a dozen wind blades. The wind blades landed on the bodies of the assassins, but they did not cut them into pieces. The same thing happened to Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng. Their sword chi and punches seemed to have weakened, and they were not fatal when they landed on the bodies of the assassins. Rumble! The 100-meter-long blade, chi, slashed down from the sky. On the other hand, the Golden Fur Lion King split a dozen killers into two with a single slash. With a slash, the Golden Fur Lion King immediately retreated and shouted, "Master, these people have their minds controlled. They are in a berserk state. Even if we don't kill them, they will die in half an hour." When Qin Feng killed Ling Chongkong, the leader of the Starlight sect, the old man had used Qi explosion. The principle of Qi explosion was the same as Qi explosion. It could increase one's strength instantly, but the side effects were also very obvious. If it was light, they would suffer internal injuries and lose a level. If it was heavy, they would die on the spot. If it wasn't for Taoist priest gold controlling these disciples, they definitely wouldn't have gone berserk so easily. Moreover, they had gone completely berserk. This was simply suicidal. Everyone, pay attention to dodge. Don't fight head-on with these death warriors. Under Qin Feng's command, the four heroes immediately retreated. However, Taoist priest Gold wasn't going to let them go so easily. He kept slapping the air with both hands, and the death sworn became faster and faster, chasing after Qin Feng and the others. Master, you can release the 5 kings' ghost head talismans. They aren't afraid of death. Little Pig's voice suddenly rang out. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and with a thought, 5 loud noises came from the sky. 5 clouds of black fog descended from the sky, as if 5 evil monsters had descended on Earth. What the hell is this? Taoist Gold looked up at the sky and suddenly frowned. These 5 clouds of black mist emitted a dense evil aura, causing Taoist Gold to feel somewhat apprehensive. The black fog was like 5 balls of fire. Under Qin Feng's control, it flew into the crowd. The entire assassin group's base was corroded by evil energy. Once the 5 kings appeared, evil grew. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the 5 kings went, the surroundings were filled with loud noises. The 5 kings of Green Gate were experts at the first or second layer of true Qi. It was too easy for them to deal with this group of death warriors. Taoist Gold was so angry that he cried out. Up until now, he still couldn't figure out what these 5 clouds of black fog were. Seeing that nearly 100 of the disciples under his control had been killed or injured, Taoist Gold waved his hands at lightning speed. It seemed like he was giving out new orders. Bang, bang, bang. Another wave of loud noises exploded. This time, it was the group of death warriors who exploded themselves. After their chi eruption, the warriors were like small bombs. When dozens of them exploded at the same time, their might couldn't be underestimated. 2 of the Green Gate Ghost Kings vanished into thin air in the explosion, and the remaining 3 Ghost Kings were also seriously injured. Taoist Gold's tactic was to kill 100 and sacrifice 1,000, but in the end it was still effective. Seeing that the 5 clouds of black fog had completely disappeared, Taoist Gold became smug again. Ha ha! Qin Fun, if you still have any tricks up your sleeves, use them all. In front of a great gold warlock like me. All of them are bullshit. Oh, is that so? Then take another look. Qin Fun sneered. 5 muffled thunders seemed to strike down from the sky. The 5 monarchs' ghost head talismans were activated, and the 5 monarchs of Green Gate appeared once again. Taoist Gold's smile instantly froze on his face, and his eyeballs almost popped out. How could this be? Are you really a great warlock? Your magic power is so powerful. Which sect are you from? Taoist Gold was scared to death by Qin Fun. Not only could Qin Fun break formations, he could also release destructive flames and extreme ice, and he could even attract heavenly lightning. Now he could even summon 5 ghost head talisman powerhouses. Although Golden Taoist Priest also knew these tricks, he was not as good as Qin Fun. Bang, bang, bang. While Taoist Gold was in a daze, the 5 monarchs once again rushed into the crowd. In an instant, dozens of death warriors were blown to pieces, and they couldn't be more dead. The Golden Assassin Group's main base was originally guarded by 1,000 people. At this moment, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. There were less than 200 people left standing, and they were falling in large numbers at a rapid speed. Rumble. After the 5 monarchs were blown to smithereens, muffled sounds came from the sky once again. The 5 golden ghost head talismans of Qin Fun were permanently activated, and the 5 monarchs of Verdant Sect could also appear without limit. Shimin Chue Shui and the others were shocked by the power of the golden ghost head talisman. Even Golden Fur Lion King was dumbstruck. He was thinking that if he were to face these 5 undying golden ghost head talisman, he would be helpless. After an unknown amount of time, hundreds of death warriors were wiped out by the 5 monarchs of Verdant Sect. The ground was dyed red with blood, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Taoist Gold stood blankly on the roof, looking at the hellish scene in front of him incredulously. He was a grand golden great warlock, yet he was helpless against Qin Fun? Little ants, how dare you offend Master? Go to hell! As soon as the death warriors were annihilated, Golden Fur Lion King leaped into the air with the dazzling dragon sallier in hand. Golden light flickered, and the 100-meter-long saber Qi cut through the mountains and rivers, splitting the majestic castle into 2. Rumble. Taoist Gold cut a sorry figure as he dodged the attack, but he was still hit by the flying bricks. After he fell to the ground, he was covered by the ruins. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Master, don't move. I can still feel that guy's breath. I'll go and kill him myself. Golden Fur Lion King leaped a few times with the dragon sallier in hand. Like an agile cheetah, he quickly arrived at the ruins. Just as the sword in his hand was about to slash down, there was a loud explosion, and the gravel on the ground was blasted high into the sky. Little ants, I knew you were playing tricks. Die! Golden Fur Lion King was already prepared. He retreated and brandished his sword at the same time. The violent sword Qi rose like a curtain and chopped the gravel flying in the sky into powder. A golden light shot high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 100 meters high in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked, their expressions changing unpredictably. There was no figure of Taoist gold in the sky, but a dazzling golden mecha was suspended in the air. This mecha had a cool design, and there were 2 rocket launchers burning on its back, supporting the mecha to fly in the air. Qin Fen's eyes lit up. This mecha was exactly the same as the mecha on the Firebird ship. What kind of crap is this? Look at the blade! The Golden Fur Lion King roared and leaped into the sky with his blade. The Golden Fur Lion King, who was at the 4th level of true Qi, was still unable to walk in the air. However, he leaped into the air and swung his dragon, Salier, towards the mecha. The mecha floated in the air without moving, but a pair of arms quickly changed direction. There were 2 machine guns, and bullets rained down like rain. Ta-ta-ta-ta! The blade Qi and the bullets collided, and the bullets were smashed into powder that fell to the ground. However, the bullets in the mecha seemed to be endless. By the time the Golden Fur Lion King got close to the mecha, the blade Qi produced by the blade had already disappeared. Boom! But at this time the mecha quickly retreated, and a cannon opened up on its chest. A cannonball flew over, and its speed was like a meteor streaking across the sky. The Golden Fur Lion King was unable to change its position in the air, so it had no choice but to swing its blade down. It was as if a beautiful firework had exploded in the sky. The golden light flickered, and the mecha had long since disappeared. However, the Golden Fur Lion King was hit by the explosion and fell from 100 meters high. Shwa! With a flash of pink light, Qin Fen caught the Golden Fur Lion King. There were a few wounds on the Golden Fur Lion King's body, and blood spurted out like water droplets. Master, run! That ant's equipment is too strong. Master is no match for it. The Golden Fur Lion King was on the verge of death, and its golden hair was covered in dust. That slash was the full power of the Golden Fur Lion King stage for True Qi stage, and it did not hold back at all. Yet it could not block the cannonball, and it did not even injure the Golden Taoist priest. From the looks of it, Qin Fen, Ouyang Feng, and the other heroes could not do anything to the Golden Taoist priest. Qin Fen moved his mind, and the Golden Fur Lion King disappeared into the system to recuperate. Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng had already regained their senses, and the 2 of them joined forces to fight the mecha. Hua Tuo's combat ability was too weak, so Qin Fen simply recalled him into the system as well. The 2 battle pets were attacking from afar, spitting fire and ice. However, the mecha was too fast, and the 2 battle pets could not hit it at all. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng being sent flying could not be heard. Even the Golden Fur Lion King could not do anything to the mecha, so Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng were also helpless. Master, this guy is too strong. You go first. Shimin Chui Shui said coldly. Ouyang Feng looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Golden Condor, take Master and fly away. The Golden Condor and the Glacial Snow Mastiff came to protect Qin Fen. But how could Qin Fen leave now? No matter how strong the Golden Taoist priest was, Qin Fen had to kill him. Moreover, this mecha was not invincible. Qin Fen had already planned to use the cannons from Star Technology to bombard the Golden Taoist priest. However, Qin Fen did not understand. Where did this high-tech mecha come from? For the fastest and most error-free reading, please bookmark this site and read the latest. Chapter 1219. Rumble. While Qin Fen was still in a daze, several cannonballs flew toward him, tearing a hole in the sky. Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng's expressions changed drastically. Without thinking too much, they immediately rushed towards Qin Fen. One of them wielded a long sword, while the other waved a snake staff, creating a ball of snake-shaped Jin Qi, trying their best to block the 2 cannonballs that streaked past like meteors. Bang! The cannonballs and the true energy collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering scene. The valley shook, and a row of buildings collapsed. Shimin Chue Shui and Ouyang Feng landed on the ground like two black shadows, creating two huge craters. Master, we'll be in trouble if we don't leave now. Little Pig tried to persuade Qin Feng with his mind. With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng appeared above the two craters. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the wounded Shimin Chue Shui and Ouyang Feng. Roar! Qin Feng raised his head and roared like an enraged ancient beast. Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chue Shui were sent back into the system, and the glacial snow mastiff and flaming golden eagle were nowhere to be seen. Qin Feng's mind was in chaos. The golden fur lion king, the four heroes, and the two battle pets were screaming at Qin Feng. They wanted to come out and fight for their master after being sent back into the system. Qin Feng pretended not to hear them and continued to fly around on his flying sword. Taoist priest Gold's strength increased by several folds after he put on the golden mecha. The mecha was so tough that even the golden fur lion king's saber couldn't cut through it. Moreover, the mecha was equipped with high-tech weapons. Cannonballs flew everywhere, brushing past Qin Feng's body. Little Pig, should I exchange all my hedonist points for flame cloud gems and radium origin stones? Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. Flame cloud gems and radium origin stones were the energy source of the Star Technologies fire cloud cannon and blue laser gun. Qin Feng was going to counterattack. However, Little Pig's words poured a bucket of cold water over Qin Feng's head. Master, you have 40,000 hedonist points now. It's not even enough to buy a flame cloud gem. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. How many hedonist points can I borrow now? Master is now a rank 7 hedonist mortal. You can borrow 1,000,000 hedonist points and borrow 1,000 hedonist points every day. Little Pig explained in detail. Borrow 1,000,000 hedonist points and buy 3 radium origin stones and 2 flame cloud gems. 1 radium yuan stone cost 30,000 hedonist points, and 1 flame cloud stone cost 50,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng had spent 190,000 hedonist points in one go. Just thinking about it made Qin Feng's heart ache, but he had to find a way to eliminate the golden Taoist priest. This was because Qin Feng had an agreement with Ling Jiutian. After eradicating the golden assassin crew's base, Ling Jiutian would tell him the secret of the system and his mother's whereabouts. Host Qin hears, and Qin, and Dragon, host to host, Chen, and Tian, host, how? You have borrowed 1,000,000 hedonist points from the hedonist sovereign system to buy 3 radium origin stones and 2 flame cloud gems. You have 850,000 hedonist points remaining. In Qin Feng's left hand was a cool-looking spear. The power of this Star Technology blue laser spear was not to be underestimated. Back then, Qin Feng relied on this spear to beat the dragon god into a sorry state. Haha, where are your subordinates, Qin Feng? Don't tell me they were all scared off by me. Why aren't you running for your life? I'll blast you into mincemeat. Taoist Master Golden was extremely arrogant after donning the golden mecha. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. This mecha was indestructible and had terrifying attack power. Even a true Qi stage expert would be suppressed by it and be unable to unleash their full potential. There were only 2 people left in the golden assassin crew's base. Qin Feng flew around on his flying sword while Taoist Master Golden hovered in the air, aiming at Qin Feng's position. Boom! Another 2 cannonballs pierced through the air and brushed past Qin Feng's arms. However, the strong airflow caused Qin Feng's body to sway like a small sail in the ocean. Boom! At the same time, 5 muffled explosions sounded. Qin Feng had activated the 5 kings' golden ghost head talismans. 5 clouds of black mist descended from the sky and headed straight for Taoist Master Golden. Ha ha ha! Qin Feng, is there a hole in your brain? You want to use this kind of petty technique to deal with me? These 5 clouds of evil energy Can't even withstand a single blow for my golden mecha. Go to hell. Taoist Master Golden was enraged when he saw the 5 kings of Verdant Sect. These 5 golden ghost head talismans had caused all the assassins and warlocks in the base to self-destruct. The sky was filled with endless gunshots. The bullets fired by the golden mecha were much more powerful than ordinary machine guns. Be it the machine gun or the bullets, they were all made of special materials and had boundless power. The sky was filled with bullets like rain. When the 5 kings of Verdant Sect got close to Taoist Master Golden, they were instantly turned into ashes. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion resounded. Qin Feng didn't summon the 5 kings to defeat Taoist Master Golden, but to distract him. At this moment, Qin Feng was hovering high in the sky on his flying sword with a fiery red cannon on his shoulder. His dragon mouth released a dragon's roar and fired 2 fire cloud cannons in quick succession. At the same time, Qin Feng's left hand also fired 3 blue laser beams. The blue laser beams were like 3 lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the fire cloud cannons was no slower than the golden cannons fired by the golden mecha. In the blink of an eye, they reached Taoist Master Golden. The golden mecha, which had been hovering in the sky, leaped up and dodged the 2 fire cloud cannons by a hair's breadth. However, one of the laser beams struck its abdomen. Boom! The fire cloud cannons landed on the valley in the distance and blasted the mountain peak to the ground. The other 2 laser beams struck the ground and instantly created 2 large pits. Taoist Master Golden was sent flying by one of the laser beams. The golden mecha seemed to have lost control and crashed into a row of buildings like a cannonball. Rumble. The sound was like thunder. The dust on the ground rose and dyed half the sky a hazy color. Pink light flickered in the dust. Qin Feng carried the fire cloud cannon on his shoulder and held the blue laser gun in his hand. He was looking for Taoist Master Golden and was ready to fire as soon as he found him. Boom! The dragon's roar resounded again. Qin Feng looked around and couldn't find Taoist Master Golden, so he simply blasted the fire cloud cannon into the ruins. The buildings instantly crumbled and rocks flew in all directions. The speed and power of the explosion were even more ferocious than bullets. They could definitely penetrate a normal person's body in an instant. The pile of rubble was flattened and a huge pit was formed. A faint golden light flashed at the bottom of the pit. Taoist Master Golden was lying there. Swoosh! Pink light flickered. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng hovered above the pit with the fire cloud cannon on his shoulder. He aimed his dragon mouth at Taoist Master Golden and fired without hesitation. Young Master Hua, hurry and save me! The fire cloud cannon had already flown out. At this time, Taoist Master Golden didn't think of a way to escape. He actually shouted at the sky. A white light flashed and Taoist Master Golden disappeared. At the same time, Little Pig's anxious voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind. This is bad, Master. There's a system owner nearby. Rumble! The fire cloud cannon's power was enormous, and the ground was still exploding. Qin Feng had already turned into a pink light and disappeared into the void. He frowned. There's a system owner nearby. Qin Feng immediately thought of the Firebird and Taoist Master Gold's battle armor. Qin Feng had only seen this kind of high-tech product in the Star Technology product interface. From the looks of it, these battle armors were made by the owner of the system that appeared nearby. All of this was just speculation, but it was enough to make Qin Feng nervous. Qin Feng stood at the peak of the secular world's martial arts and had even unified the martial arts world. He wasn't afraid of martial artists, but he was very wary of system owners. It was precisely because Qin Feng possessed the hedonist sovereign system that he was even more aware of the terror of the system. Who are you? Qin Feng asked as he changed his position in the void. A white light flickered incessantly in the sky. Because it was broad daylight, this white light was even more difficult to detect. Even Qin Feng, couldn't pinpoint his location. "And who are you?" An unfamiliar voice rang out. It was obviously not Taoist Master Golden. "China's Azure Dragon, Qin Feng." "Oh, your young master Qin?" "No wonder a powerless hedonist young master, like you could stand at the peak of the secular world's martial arts in just a year. So you and I are the same. We both have secrets that no one knows." The voice rang out again. It sounded like the voice of a man in his early 30s. Qin Feng's heart tightened. He was sure that the other party had discovered his secret of having a system. "I am here today to eradicate the Golden Assassin Crew's base. Hand over Taoist Master Golden." Qin Feng quickly calmed down. This wasn't the first time he had encountered a system owner. Cher was the owner of the ultimate superstar system. Codename, why even gave Qin Feng a system? And Qin Feng gave the ultimate peace system to the dragon god. Taoist Master Golden is my subordinate. Why would I hand him over to you? I advise you to scram, or else I won't be polite. Young master, whose voice suddenly turned cold. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Qin Feng's expression also turned cold. "If that's the case, then show yourself and fight." Swoosh! The sound of the wind filled the sky. There was the sound of Qin Feng's wind breaking and young master was movements. On the wall of the assassin crew's base, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. The fire cloud cannon on his shoulder and the blue laser gun in his hand had already disappeared. He wore a purple thunder wild robe. On the roof of a building dozens of meters away, a man in white armor had an imposing appearance. The armor covered him from the soles of his feet to his neck, revealing only his handsome face. Taoist Master Golden sat beside the man. His golden mecha had already disappeared. It seemed to have been destroyed by Qin Feng's fire cloud cannon. Taoist Master Golden's hair was disheveled, and he was on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to raise his head to glare at Qin Feng. "Who are you?" Qin Feng observed young Master Hua's aura. It seemed that the armor concealed young Master Hua's aura. Chapter 1220. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can kill you. The man looked at Qin Feng with disdain, as if he didn't care about him at all. Qin Feng's expression was cold as he said indifferently, "Is that so? Many people have told me that, but I'm still alive now. Those martial artists you've seen are nothing. Even true Qi masters can't withstand a single blow from me. Your achievements in martial arts are enviable, but it's a pity that we're in the era of technology. No matter how skilled you are, you're still afraid of bricks." Huashao looked down on Huaxia ancient martial artists as if they were nothing. Qin Feng was confused. Could it be that the other party's system was different? Could it be that it was mainly developing high-tech mechas? "Master, your guess might be correct. Actually, there are many systems in the Sovereign series, but the Hedonist Sovereign system is the most powerful. Master's system encompasses all the functions of the Sovereign series of systems. For example, the Hedonist Sovereign system and the Hedonist Sovereign system. Master can also obtain items from those two systems as rewards after completing missions. Another example is the Sovereign Mecha system. It should be mainly used to manufacture intergalactic battle equipment, but Master also has such a high-tech item. To put it simply, the other systems in the Sovereign series are scattered and limited in certain aspects. But Master's Hedonist Sovereign system is an all-round super system." Little Pig's explanation enlightened Qin Feng, and he couldn't help but look down on the other party's mecha system. Little Pig continued to say, "However, a single system pursues refinement. If the other party's system develops to a certain level, the weapons he has will definitely be more powerful than Master's. Master should still be careful." Qin Feng rolled his eyes, feeling a bit depressed. At that moment, a white light flashed, and a pair of pure white angel wings appeared on Huashao's back. He flew hundreds of meters into the air. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the white mecha suddenly raised its arms and fired 2 red explosive missiles. The bombs were even faster than the golden mecha. By the time Qin Feng reacted, the bombs had already exploded around him. Shock waves rolled like waves, creating explosive air currents that were dozens of meters high. The destructive power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, and it destroyed all the surrounding buildings. Qin Feng's purple thunder wild robe emitted a faint crisp sound, and a few small cracks appeared on it. Boom! The loud explosions didn't stop for a while. Qin Feng was blasted hundreds of meters away and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood in midair. There was a flash of white light in the air, and Hua Xiao was already hovering above Qin Feng. A pair of pure white wings spread out like a rock, and his arms were aimed at Qin Feng, ready to fire at any time. Huh, is this all you've got? Looks like it's another trashy system. It doesn't matter if I have it or not. Hua Xiao chuckled. It wasn't the first time he had met a system owner. There were many systems in the Sovereign series, but many of them were useless. For example, Shui, Er's Sovereign Superstar system. The Sovereign Mecha system was a relatively powerful existence in battle, so Hua Xiao didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. Qin Feng lay in the huge pit and stuffed a handful of qi strengthening pills into his mouth as soon as he hit the ground. The strength of Hua Xiao's mecha was beyond Qin Feng's imagination. It wasn't hard to see that this guy had already upgraded the supreme mecha system to a very high level. The cannon barrel was aimed at Qin Feng, and 2 red cannonballs shot out like lightning. Hua Xiao's face was full of disdain and contempt, as if he could already see the scene of Qin Feng being blown to pieces by the cannonballs. Dong dong! The 2 muffled sounds were somewhat dull, and they hit a huge shield. The black tortoise shield stood above the pit like a city gate, and it shone with a thick and strange dark brown light. It was made from the turtle shell of the ancient mythical beast, the black tortoise. It was indestructible. Even the dragon god and Ling Chongkong couldn't break the shield, but after being hit by 2 cannonballs, cracks appeared on the shield, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Master, the black tortoise shield is about to explode, and the purple thunder wild robe can't hold out for much longer. Master, it's best if you leave first. Little Pig's anxious voice sounded again. Qin Feng frowned. He didn't expect the mecha system to be so powerful. They had just exchanged blows, and he was already unable to fight back. Qin Feng's strength recovered a little, but he didn't plan on leaving. It was precisely because the mecha system was so powerful that Qin Feng was even more determined to devour it. Boom! Qin Feng, who had recovered, leaped up, and a cannon appeared on his shoulder. The fire cloud cannon whistled, and he fired 2 shots at Hua Xiao. The air was pierced, and Hua Xiao's pupils instantly locked. He seemed to feel the power of the fire cloud cannon, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. A pair of angel wings flapped quickly, and he instantly flew hundreds of meters into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 blue beams shot out, and one of them finally hit Hua Xiao's thigh. The white battle armor suddenly shook, and it deviated from its original trajectory. However, the battle armor wasn't damaged, and Hua Xiao quickly regained control of his body. He turned into a white light and flew over. I've underestimated you. You have a lot of treasures on you. Too bad, they're all going to be mine. Hua Xiao had already arrived behind Qin Feng, and a wave of machine gun fire swept over. It wasn't an ordinary bullet, but a laser bullet that flashed with a red light. Some of the bullets hit Qin Feng's body, and he felt like he was hit by a stage 1 true Qi expert. Crack, crack, crack! The black tortoise shield appeared again, and it blocked Qin Feng's back. The laser bullets made strange sounds when they collided with it. The cracks on the black tortoise shield were visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and it actually exploded into pieces. The purple battle shield exploded just like that, and Qin Feng was furious. Boom! But at this moment, another muffled sound exploded on Qin Feng's body. His purple thunder wild robe was also destroyed, and it exploded into pieces that fell to the ground. This time, Qin Feng no longer had a defensive spiritual weapon, and he had to circulate his true qi to protect his body. However, facing the crazy laser bullets, Qin Feng couldn't hold out for long. Pink light flew everywhere, and Qin Feng dodged while firing laser beams from the machine gun behind him from time to time. However, Hua Xiao's speed wasn't slower than Qin Feng's, and he couldn't hit the mecha even after firing a few shots. The blood-red blood demon armor was put on by Qin Feng. This battle armor mainly stimulated the blood of demonic beasts, so its defense wasn't outstanding. The bullets from the fire cloud cannon and the blue light laser gun were also almost used up. The bullets from this star's technology really burned money. If Qin Feng continued to lose like this, even the million he borrowed wouldn't be enough. Master, I suggest you buy the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. Little Pig's anxious voice sounded. Qin Feng didn't have time to study the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. Since it was Little Pig's suggestion, he bought it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 300,000 Hedonist points on the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. Host Qin Feng has 550,000 Hedonist points remaining. The Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon was also a product from Star Technology, but the price made Qin Feng's heart ache. Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon Equipment Grade. Star Technology S-Rank Battle Armor. Equipment Introduction. Wind and Cloud Changes. Demon Cannon dominates the heavens. System Price. 300,000 Hedonist points. Energy Supply. True Qi, Spiritual Qi of Heaven and Earth, etc. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon's introduction. It was actually an S-rank battle armor from Star Technology. However, Qin Feng was puzzled. The previous battle armor from Star Technology required expensive energy stones to power the cannon, but this Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon didn't. Little Pig read Qin Feng's thoughts and immediately said, Master, the reason why I asked you to buy the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon is because this battle armor doesn't require bullets. It can supply all kinds of energy, such as the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the power of the tides, the power of the sun and moon, and so on. The more energy the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon supplies, the more powerful the cannon. Master can use your true qi as the energy source, and after the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon fires, the power will increase tenfold. The laser bullets behind Qin Feng couldn't stop, and the blood demon armor was about to crack. Qin Feng moved his mind, and a silver cannon that was half the height of a person appeared on his waist. This Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon had two muzzles that could be fired at the same time. Qin Feng turned around, faced the white figure in the air, and fired. Boom! Through Qin Feng's true qi, the huge cannon shot out a transparent white explosive. The power of the bomb was not inferior to the fire cloud cannon, and the firing speed was faster. The two muzzles were like a machine gun, and in an instant, the sky was filled with white bullets. It was as if there was a rain of bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Then there was an earth-shattering sound. The air exploded and the airflow changed. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, and it felt like the end of the world. The white figure suddenly slowed down, and it swayed left and right from the rain-like true qi cannon. The snow-white mecha on Hua Xiao's body was really hard, and it didn't break. Boom! Rumble! Qin Feng's attack didn't stop, and he slapped the destructive fire and extreme ice into the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. The fire and extreme ice from the cannon increased tenfold, and the whole sky seemed to be burning, while the other half of the sky seemed to be frozen, and it fell into an extreme scene of ice and fire. Under the fierce attack of the fire and ice, Hua Xiao finally showed signs of danger. This was the demon beast True Fire and Extreme Ice, and after being strengthened tenfold, it seemed like they could destroy everything. Faint crisp sounds came from Hua Xiao's body, and his powerful snow-white mecha seemed to have been hit hard and cracked. Hua, Xiao quickly flapped his angel wings to avoid the attack of the wind and cloud mad demon cannon. The power of this S-rank mecha made Hua Xiao tremble. Stinking brat, you've completely angered me, Dai. Hua Xiao's angry roar echoed in the sky. He was like a crazy beast, and the abdomen of the white mecha suddenly opened up, and a huge cannon muzzle extended out and fired a shot through the air. The cannonball was the size of a human head, and it was so fast that it created flames in the air. Qin Feng didn't dare to fight this cannonball head-on, and he quickly changed his direction on his flying sword. After dodging for a while, Qin Feng found that the cannonball was still chasing behind him. It was like a tracking cannonball, and it seemed to have grown eyes. Bang, 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 bang. Unable to avoid the cannonball, Qin Feng quickly used the wind and cloud-mad demon cannon to attack. Fire and ice filled the sky, and it actually slowed down the huge cannonball. However, at this moment, Hua Xiao fired 3 similar cannonballs in a row, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was surrounded. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site and read the latest. Chapter 1221. 3 tracking missiles circled around Qin Feng. Each missile was the size of a human head. The friction between the missiles and the air was enough to send chills down one's spine. Swoosh! A pink light flashed. Qin Feng didn't even have time to counterattack. He could only keep changing his position to avoid the missiles. Ever since he had the flying sword, Qin Feng was invincible in the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. He was as fast as lightning. Even if he couldn't defeat his enemies, he could still escape. But now, being chased by 3 missiles, Qin Feng was in a difficult situation. The missiles were faster than the flying sword and were about to catch up to Qin Feng. Master, Golden Fur Lion King requests to fight. Shimin Chue Shui requests to fight. Ouyang Feng requests to fight. The 4 heroes and 2 battle pets were anxious. They wanted to help, but they were heavily injured. Letting them out now would only be sending them to their deaths. Boom! One of the cannonballs had already exploded in front of Qin Feng, and the enormous force of impact caused a hole to appear in the air. Scorching flames shot everywhere. The temperature was so high that it could melt steel. Qin Feng's body swayed in the explosion like a small sail in the sea. After one missile exploded, the other 2 came like shadows. Just as they were about to hit Qin Feng, he fell from a height of 100 meters. He had lost control of his flying sword. Boom! There was another loud bang in the sky, but it wasn't the sound of a cannonball exploding. A silver light descended from the sky like a god descending to the mortal world. In the light, a figure flickered and appeared beside Qin Feng in an instant. Then, they disappeared into the distant valley. Bang, bang, bang. The tracking missiles couldn't turn in time, and all exploded. The ground cracked, and the entire valley shook violently as if it was hit by a missile. Senior Dragon God, you're here. Above the valley, Qin Feng's long hair was disheveled. His blood demon armor was almost destroyed, and his body was covered in cracks. His blood had merged with the blood demon armor. He looked terrifying. The dragon god was dressed in a snow-white robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was standing on a long white sword. The sword shone with a holy light. It was obviously a superior flying sword. Qin Feng, we seem to have fallen into a trap. The dragon god looked serious. What do you mean? Qin Feng's expression changed. Without waiting for the dragon god to speak, the sound of wind breaking could be heard continuously in the sky. Red laser bullets rained down densely and enveloped the sky above Qin Feng and the dragon god. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the divine dragon didn't have time to say anything else. He brought Qin Feng along and leaped into the valley. This fellow also owns the system? The dragon god's expression turned serious. Qin Feng nodded, then looked at the flying sword beneath the divine dragon's feet and said, "You're not bad. You made a flying sword in such a short time. Why was Qin Feng still talking about this at a time like this?" The divine dragon rolled his eyes at him and said, "This heaven cloud wasn't easy to come by. There's no way to buy it directly from the system. It's an item that I only got after I racked my brains and completed many quests. You don't know this, but in order to complete those quests, I've already spent 300,000 peace points. I've spent all the peace points I earned from completing quests for more than a month on this. I even borrowed 100,000 peace points from the system. Now, I have 100 peace points in interest every day. I'm so worried." Qin Fun was amused to see the divine dragon, the pinnacle of martial artists in Huaxia's secular world, looking so worried because of peace points. The divine dragon didn't know that Qin Fun had just borrowed 1,000,000 supreme points from the system, and the daily interest was 1,000 supreme points. Otherwise, the divine dragon would definitely be relieved. The 300,000 peace points spent by the divine dragon were not in vain, and his recent efforts were not in vain either. This heaven cloud flying sword was not much worse than Qin Fun's starry sky flying sword. It was covered in a holy white light like an angel's wings, and its speed was also extremely fast, bang, 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 bang. However, the sound of cannonballs behind them never stopped. Hua Xiao's white feather mecha seemed to have an endless supply of ammunition. The power of the red laser bullets could not be underestimated. The divine dragon was accidentally hit a few times while dodging, and he felt a sharp pain as if he had been punched twice by a true energy master. "Quickly think of something. We can't keep running like this." Divine dragon quickly said to Qin Fun. Qin Fun had been thinking of a counterattack strategy, but Hua Xiao's white feather mecha was too strong. It could attack and defend at the same time, so he could only use the wind cloud mad demon cannon to attack Hua Xiao. However, the opponent's tracking bullets were too fierce, and Qin Fun and the divine dragon didn't even have a chance to stop. 5 tracking missiles followed the two of them at all times, and the sky was densely covered with red laser missiles. This was simply an airtight attack combination. Even Qin Fun and the divine dragon, the two true chi powerhouses, had no way of fighting back. Seeing that the tracking bullets were about to close in, Little Pig's voice sounded, "Master, you can condense divine dragon's true energy and release it into the wind cloud mad demon cannon." Qin Fun was stunned. He had just obtained the wind cloud mad demon cannon, and he hadn't completely played around with this S-grade star technology battle equipment. After Little Pig's reminder, Qin Fun moved his mind slightly, and a silver cannon that was half the height of a person appeared on his waist. What the hell is this?" The dragon god was shocked. He had yet to obtain a piece of high-tech battle armor. However, Divine Dragon still had lingering fears about high-tech battle equipment. When Qin Fun fought him at Mount God Dragon, he used a blue laser gun to defeat him. This is something good. It's even more powerful than the laser gun that shot you last time. Qin Fun looked at Divine Dragon with a smirk. Divine Dragon was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Stop talking nonsense and fire the cannon. Otherwise, we'll all be blown to pieces." The 5 tracking bullets were only a few dozen meters away from the two of them. This distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. Divine Dragon was already covered in a cold sweat. As a true energy master, this was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome opponent. Qin Fun stopped smiling and quickly said, "Senior Divine Dragon, transfer your true energy to me. I'll fire the cannon." Divine Dragon didn't understand the theory behind the wind cloud mad demon cannon, so he was puzzled. Why did he have to transfer true energy to Qin Fun? However, at this critical moment, Divine Dragon didn't think too much. He slapped his palms on Qin Fun's back, and his true energy surged like waves. Senior Divine Dragon, when did you break through to true energy stage 2? Qin Fun was shocked. Divine Dragon revealed a smug expression. "I broke through a week ago." "Qin Fun, I'm afraid you can't beat me now." Qin Fun had been stuck at true energy stage 1 for a while. he planned to cultivate in seclusion after devouring the supreme mecha system. The 5 tracking bullets were less than 10 meters away. The surrounding temperature had risen by dozens of degrees. Qin Fen poured Divine Dragon's true energy and his own true energy into the wind and cloud mad demon cannon and pulled the trigger twice. Boom! Rumble! The wind and cloud mad demon cannon had 2 muzzles. When both muzzles were fired, the sky was filled with true energy cannonballs. This was the combination of 2 true energy masters' true energy. The cannonballs were twice the size of the previous ones. The berserk aura contained within them shocked Divine Dragon. The loud noise shook the valley. The wind and clouds in the sky changed. This scene was not seen in 100 years. It was like the end of the world. The 5 tracking bullets landed right in front of the 2 of them. However, they eventually collided with the true energy cannonballs and exploded. The violent airflow set off rolling white clouds in the sky. All the buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters were instantly destroyed. Dozens of mountains were blown apart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 lights flashed in the air, 2 white and 1 pink. Qin Fen and Divine Dragon attacked from the left and right, chasing behind Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's tracking bullets seemed to have run out. He only fired red laser cannonballs. However, these cannonballs couldn't compete with the true energy cannonballs fired by the wind and cloud mad demon cannon. The situation changed drastically. It was Qin Fen's turn to bully Hua Xiao. Bang, 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 bang. True energy cannonballs, destructive fire, and extreme ice filled the sky. Hua Xiao's white feather mecha was hit one after another. The indestructible snow-white mecha finally showed slight cracks. The cracks were constantly expanding, as if it couldn't withstand more attacks. A long sword appeared in Divine Dragon's hand. He raised his hand and sword chi enveloped it. The sword chi of True Energy Stage 2 couldn't be underestimated. It slashed on the white feather mecha and made a loud sound of metal hitting metal. Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion. Hua Xiao's mecha, which was flying high in the sky, exploded. The snow-white wings on his back fell to the ground. The mecha broke into pieces and flew all over the sky. It was faster than a bullet. Ah, save me, save me. Without the white feather mecha, Hua Xiao's whole body fell straight from the sky. This person really didn't practice ancient martial arts. He was just an ordinary person. However, this fact deeply shocked Qin Fen and Divine Dragon. An ordinary person with just a mecha could force a true energy stage powerhouse into a dead end. This was really too terrifying. Whoosh! The pink light flashed. In the next second, Qin Fen grabbed Hua Xiao's collar and brought him to the ground like a chick. Divine Dragon followed, as if he had something to say to Qin Fen. However, when Qin Fen landed, he knocked Hua Xiao out with a palm. He didn't give this guy any room to breathe and tried to devour his supreme mecha system. Little pig, how do I devour it? Qin Fen didn't waste any time. Master, the devouring system needs to kill the host. However, after obtaining the supreme mecha system, Master needs the system unsealing tool to unlock it for your own use. So Master needs to subdue the owner of the supreme mecha system first, then kill him and devour it. This way, there's no need for the unsealing tool. Little pig said quickly. Qin Fen had subdued Snow and Divine Dragon systems before, so he was quite familiar with the process. However, Snow and Divine Dragon willingly submitted to Qin Fen, and this Hua Xiao obviously wouldn't. However, he was knocked out and had never practiced ancient martial arts. This kind of ordinary person's will was very weak, so Qin Fen easily controlled his mind. The brainwashing process was very simple. Hua Xiao quickly submitted to Qin Fen, and the supreme mecha system became the hedonist sovereign system's subordinate. After doing this, Qin Fen casually slapped his palm. A white light flashed, and Hua Xiao's head instantly fell to the ground. Chapter 1222. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Fun for successfully repaying the 1 million hedonist points borrowed from the system and paying the interest of 1,000 hedonist points. The host has a total of 549,000 hedonist points. Qin Fun had gained many benefits after devouring the sovereign mecha system. He was originally in debt, but now he had earned 500,000 hedonist points. The divine dragon came to Qin Fun's side. He looked at the dead Huashao and said, "You devoured his mecha system?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Qin Fun asked. The divine dragon's expression was grave. He had something to say when he used the dimensional door to teleport over, but he was interrupted by Huashao. "I think we've fallen into a trap. You shouldn't have devoured the mecha system so early." The divine dragon frowned. Qin Fun was confused. "What did you find out?" "I met Ling Jiutian before I came. He arranged for you to annihilate the Golden Assassin crew. I think his ultimate goal is to lure out the owner of the sovereign mecha system." The divine dragon's words were vague, but Qin Fun's eyes lit up. He had his own speculation. The Golden Assassin crew was only average. They were not even a match for the Verdant Sect. Ling Jiutian could annihilate an opponent of this level at any time. Why did he send Qin Fun? Qin Fun had his suspicions about this, but he did not think too much about it in order to find out his mother's whereabouts and the mystery of the system. Now, all the mysteries were beginning to surface. Was Ling Jiutian trying to kill him with a borrowed knife? Was he going to sit back and reap the benefits? Buzz, buzz, buzz! Just as Qin Fun and the divine dragon were deep in thought, a loud roar came from the sky in the distance. It was as if hundreds of helicopters were rushing over, causing the valley to shake. "Oh no, we've been ambushed." The divine dragon looked up, and his expression changed drastically. In the distance, there was a dense swarm of mechas in the air, and they were quickly flying toward them. Qin Fun noticed the situation, but he quickly calmed down. This was because Little Pig did not indicate that there was a new owner of the system nearby. These mechas were probably ordinary people like the Firebird who had just put on a mecha. These should be Hua Xiao's subordinates. Hua Xiao is indeed powerful to have built so many mechas. Luckily, he's already been annihilated. If these subordinates had come earlier, we would be dead. Qin Fun explained the situation as he flew towards the sky on his flying sword. Since these mechas had caught up, Qin Fun did not plan to escape. He might as well start a massacre. Bang, 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 bang. With a thought, a silver cannon as tall as half a man appeared on Qin Feng's waist. The two muzzles of the wind cloud while demonic cannon aimed at the enemies in the air and fired. The destructive flames and extreme ice were strengthened by 10 times, instantly forming a strange scene of ice and fire. The densely packed mechas had no time to dodge, and in an instant, more than 10 mechas were engulfed by the flames. Shenlong also realized that these mechs were much weaker than the white feather mechs. He stepped on the clouds and waved the long sword in his hand in the air. The sword aura was as dense as a net and covered the sky. It only made a loud noise when it hit the mechs, but it did not break the mechs. These mechas sure are tough. I'm afraid that only those at the 4th level of true Qi would be able to pierce through them. As a stage 2 true energy warrior, Dragon God was helpless against these mechas and was so angry that he cried out loudly. Qin Fun carried the wind cloud wild demonic cannon and destroyed 30 to 40 mechas in a matter of minutes. However, this super cannon had a fatal weakness. It completely relied on the true Qi in Qin Fun's body to attack, and true Qi was limited. Even if Qin Fun's true Qi was endless, it was somewhat lacking after continuous fierce battles. "Master, why don't you try the power of the Black Dragon Mecha?" This Black Dragon Mecha and the White Feather Mecha were created together, so its combat power is definitely not inferior to the White Feather Mecha. Little Pig suddenly said, after Qin Fun devoured the sovereign mecha system, he was rewarded with 1 million hedonist points and a Black Dragon Mecha. Before, he did not know the power of the black dragon mecha. Now that little pig said so. Qin Fin immediately put on the black dragon mecha. Rumble. When the black dragon mecha appeared, it was as if a dragon's roar came from the void. Just that roar alone was enough to shake the mountains and crack the earth. Shenlong stared at Qin Fin, dumbstruck. A set of black battle armor appeared on Qin Fin's body. It was so black that it seemed to devour the light of the world. On the back of the battle armor was a pair of demonic wings, and an aura of death circulated around his body. Flap, flap, flap. Qin Fin quickly got used to the black dragon mecha. This super mecha was controlled with his mind. The demonic wings on his back suddenly flapped, and Qin Fin instantly rose 100 meters into the air. He raised his arms and fired black laser bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Not long ago, Qin Fin had been suppressed by the white feather mecha. Now that he was using the black dragon mecha to rampage around, he felt extremely good. The other mechas flying in the air couldn't withstand a single blow from the black dragon mecha. They were like moths flying into a flame. A cannon opened up on the black dragon mecha's abdomen. 3 black homing bullets streaked across the sky, instantly turning half the sky red. Shenlong stood on top of a valley. He realized that he didn't even need to do anything. Qin Fin, who was wearing the black dragon mecha, was invincible. He single-handedly destroyed over 100 mecha soldiers. Mecha fragments fell from the sky like rain. The originally flat grassland was full of holes and craters. It seemed like the battle had ended before it even started. Suddenly, a holy white light descended from the sky, and a voice came through. Haha, Qin Fin, I didn't misjudge you. You can even defeat the sovereign mecha system. How enviable. Loud noises came from all around. Qin Fin floated in the air and looked at the man opposite him. The person who came was wearing pink armor and had pink wings of light on his back. He had a delicate and dignified face, and it was impossible to tell his age. His figure was tall and straight, and his aura was as gentle as water. No one could tell what realm he was at right now. Seeing this person, Shenlong exclaimed, Ling Jiutian, why are you here? The man was Ling Jiutian. His eyes slowly opened like twinkling stars. He glanced at Qin Fin and Shenlong and said, Ling Long, how dare you? I'm your master. How dare you call me by my name? Looks like you're tired of living, Ling Jiutian roared, causing the valley to shake violently. His aura, which was as calm as water, suddenly skyrocketed. The rolling true qi covered the sky and earth. Qin Fin could feel it even from 100 meters away. Qin Fin still couldn't figure out Ling Jiutian's strength. This person's level was too high. The rolling true qi was even stronger than Golden Fur Lion's. It was obvious that he was above stage 4. Not long ago, Qin Fin and Shenlong were still guessing Ling Jiutian's purpose. Now that this person had appeared, all their guesses had turned into reality. This guy was cunning. He knew that the Golden Assassin crew had joined forces with the owner of the sovereign mecha system, so he called Qin Fin to kill them. From now on, I, Ling Long, am no longer your disciple. Shenlong turned into a white light and appeared beside Qin Fin. Ling Jiutian glanced at the heaven cloud flying sword under Shenlong's feet. His eyes lit up. Looks like you've been bought by Qin Fin. I noticed that you suddenly had a system last time. Did Qin Fin give it to you? Ling Jiutian was a little shocked. Who wouldn't want something as powerful as a system? He didn't expect Qin Fin to give him a system in order to rope in Shenlong. Ling Jiutian couldn't do such a thing. Qin Fin didn't just want to rope in Shenlong. He treated Shenlong as one of his own. That was why he gave Shenlong a peaceful system. Ling Jiutian would probably never experience this kind of friendship because he didn't trust anyone. Cut the crap. Now that I've destroyed the Golden Assassin crew, tell me the whereabouts of my mother and the mystery of the system. Qin Fin's expression was cold. Although he knew that Ling Jiutian would play tricks, Qin Fin still had a glimmer of hope. Ling Jiutian suddenly laughed wildly. Haha, Are you really that naive? I'm just using you. This super mecha of yours is not bad. Looks like you've already devoured that mecha system. Now, let me devour both of your systems. My strength will increase exponentially. Ling Jiutian no longer needed to hide. He had completely revealed his fox's tail. Shenlong understood many things in an instant. Over the past 20 years, Ling Jiutian had asked him to investigate many people, and those people were all owners of systems. Ling Jiutian would first nurture these people and let them develop their own systems. When the time was right, Ling Jiutian would devour their systems. This person's plot was really big. He treated system owners as chess pieces. Both Qin Fun and Shenlong were shocked. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Jiutian suddenly struck out with his palm. A white sword aura struck at a dazzling speed. Before Shenlong could react, it fell from the sky and created a huge crater. Qin Fun was furious. Ling Jiutian struck out a second time. The sword aura was even stronger. Just as Qin Fun felt death looming over him, he fell beside Shenlong in the next moment. Boom! After the two fell to the ground, loud noises continued. Dust flew everywhere and the ground cracked. Shenlong and Qin Fun were Stage 2 and Stage 1 true Qi powerhouses, respectively. Yet, they couldn't even withstand a casual strike from Ling Jiutian. This person's strength completely shocked the two of them. You go first. I'll hold him off. Shenlong's white robe was covered in dust, and his long hair was scattered. He forced himself to pull out his sword and flew towards Ling Jiutian. Qin Fun wanted to stop Shenlong, but it was too late. He saw Shenlong's white shadow suddenly freeze in the air. After being hit by Ling Jiutian's palm, he fell to the ground again. This was Qin Fun's second time fighting with Ling Jiutian. He realized that Ling Jiutian was holding back during the battle at Mount God Dragon. Now, Ling Jiutian's killing intent was more than twice as strong. It made Qin Fun feel a sense of despair. Shenlong lay in the ruins. Ling Jiutian turned into a white shadow and appeared above Qin Fun. He was obviously more interested in Qin Fun's system. Master, Golden Fur Lion King requests to fight. Chapter 1223. Ling Jiutian had already raised his hand and slammed it down from the sky. The dragon god, who was 100 meters deep in the pit, turned pale. Qin Fun's mind was filled with the screams of his heroes and battle pets. Qin Fun felt a strong aura of death. This was the first time he had met such a strong opponent like Ling Jiutian. In the past, Qin Fun could at least deal with high-level powerhouses, but in the hands of Ling Jiutian he seemed to be powerless. Boom! There were 5 explosions in the void. Qin Fun activated the 5 Kings' Ghost Head Golden Talisman. 5 kings of the verdant sect, Hua Cheng, attacked Ling Jiutian, while the demon wings on Qin Fun's back flapped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of meters high in the sky. Bang! Ling Jiutian's palm landed on the ground. It seemed to be a simple move, but it created a huge crater in the ground. The 5 kings had just arrived in front of Ling Jiutian when he waved his hand disdainfully, and the 5 clouds of black mist dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Fun for killing 400 people and leveling up the people's killing book to level 6. The system suddenly chimed in. With the help of the level 6 people's killing book, Qin Fun's abilities had quadrupled. Qin Fun was shocked. He had forgotten about the killer book. When he was fighting Hua Xiao's white feather mecha, Qin Fun had been using the Wind Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. He hadn't used much martial arts, and only now did he realize that his strength had temporarily increased. Whoosh! A pinkish-black light flashed by at an astonishing speed. Qin Fun was wearing the Black Dragon mecha. He stepped on the cosmic flying sword and held the Moonlight sword in his hand. He was going to fight Ling Jiutian with the help of the mecha and his realm. The moon's sorrow came down from the sky. The sky changed. The scorching sun was suddenly covered by dark clouds. The sun seemed to have turned into the color of the moon. Qin Fen swung his sword, drawing on the power of the god of moon. It was as if he was going to overturn the sea and split the void in half. Ling Jiutian did not dodge, but his star-like eyes suddenly narrowed. He quickly waved his hand, and a golden broadsword appeared in his hand. The broadsword was more than 3 meters long. The golden blade was engraved with the image of a rock spreading its wings. The moment the long saber appeared, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. The saber fell and split the earth. The pure, clear shadow sword Qi and the golden saber Qi collided in the air, causing a violent explosion. Qin Fen immediately retreated hundreds of meters away, not daring to get close to the violent air current. Ling Jiutian leaped lightly and landed on top of a valley. He looked at the rolling thunder that filled the sky with an indifferent expression. Qin Fen, what saber did Ling Jiutian use? The dragon god temporarily stabilized his injuries and landed beside Qin Fen. Qin Fen stared at the long saber in Ling Jiutian's hand. The saber shone with a golden light and surged with spirit qi. It was exactly the same as Golden Fur Lion King's dragon saber. It should be a great sage gold equipment. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. The divine dragon exclaimed, "The great sage gold equipment? That's a legendary artifact from ancient times. I didn't expect it to appear in this era." Huaxia ancient martial arts practitioners were very meticulous in their categorization of spiritual weapons, from white, orange, blue, purple to pink. Rare pink equipment was already considered a rare and powerful treasure among martial artists. For example, the galaxy flying sword under Qin Fen's feet and the heaven cloud flying sword that the divine dragon had recently obtained were all rare pink equipment. To most of the Chinese martial artists, the spiritual weapons that they knew of stopped at the rare pink equipment, which was the most powerful, supreme, divine weapon. However, they did not know that there were many real divine weapons in ancient times. Above the rare pink equipment, there was the great sage gold equipment, the scarlet devil equipment, and the destructive dark equipment. With the great sage gold equipment, Golden Fur Lion King was undefeatable among stage for true qi cultivators. This showed how powerful the great sage gold equipment was. Now that Ling Jiutian had the Golden Rock Slayer, his strength was even more ferocious and invincible. Hee, at least you guys have some knowledge. I obtained this Golden Rock Slayer after completing many missions. I haven't killed anyone since I got it. Today I'll use your blood to bless it. Ling Jiutian sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared. But after a few breaths, Qin Fen and the mystical dragon felt a murderous aura coming from behind them. Before the two of them could react, the valley under their feet exploded, and the two of them fell from the top of the mountain hundreds of meters high. Boom! The golden blade aura slashed horizontally and sent the divine dragon flying. Ling Jiutian followed up with another slash at Qin Fen. The blade aura cut the air in half. Qin Fen hurriedly waved his sword, and the violent blade aura surged forward, giving Qin Fen a fright. The explosion was so loud that the valley was on the verge of collapsing. Qin Fen, who had leveled up the killer book to level 6, had his strength increased several times. Even he did not know what level his strength was at now. The divine dragon fell into the ruins and saw the battle between Qin Fen and Ling Jiutian. He was immediately shocked by Qin Fen's strength. This guy really hid his strength well. After the second exchange, Ling Jiutian was unscathed. Qin Fen was sent flying by the explosion, but he was only slightly injured. Ling Jiutian stood on top of the valley, his black eyes flickering. Your strength is a little strange. You are clearly only at stage 1, but you can unleash the strength of a stage 4 elite. Looks like the system has given you a technique that allows you to increase your strength by leaps and bounds. I happen to be lacking such a technique. Ling Jiutian quickly became proud. In his eyes, Qin Fen and the divine dragon were dead. The stronger they were, the more treasures they had, the happier Ling Jiutian was. The effect of the killer book could only last for a short period of time unless he kept killing people. But there were only 3 people left in the entire base. How could it be easy for Qin Fun to kill Ling Jiutian? Qin Fun could not even think of a way to kill Ling Jiutian. After a short pause, Ling Jiutian took the initiative to attack again. His speed was several times faster than the divine dragon and Qin Fun. Every time he moved, he would disappear into thin air and appear next to them in a moment. A dazzling white light appeared on top of Qin Fun's head, followed by a golden blade aura. Without hesitation, Qin Fun raised both of the black dragon mech's arms and madly fired black laser bullets. At the same time, its abdomen opened and the tracking cannon fired 5 times in a row. Boom! The blade aura struck Qin Fun, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He heard the black dragon mech emitting a faint, crisp sound, as if it was about to break. Ling Jiutian did not dodge the dense rain of black laser bullets. He allowed the bullets to land on his body without feeling anything. As for the 5 tracking cannons, Ling Jiutian merely swung his blade in the air, and a cloud of white mist instantly exploded in the air. The ground was in ruins, and Qin Fun was lying in the ruins. This slash made the blood in his body boil, and he felt like he was going to vomit all of his internal organs out. The divine dragon could no longer stand after being hit twice, and Qin Fun was also seriously injured. These 2 true energy realm elites were incomparably dazzling in the secular world, standing at the peak of the secular world, but they could not last more than 10 minutes in front of Ling Jiutian. His mind exploded with shouts from Little Pig and Hero. Qin Fun took out a handful of medicinal pills and stuffed them into his mouth, temporarily suppressing the tumbling, chaotic qi in his body. Boom! A loud explosion erupted on Qin Fun's body. His black dragon mech rippled with a holy radiance, forming a stark contrast with the dark mech that seemed to be able to absorb all light. 2 halos of light appeared, 1 black and 1 white. After activating the Halo of Justice, Qin Fun put on the blood demon armor and activated the pure spirit blood of the super demon beast in the armor. Qin Fun's eyes turned blood red, and another loud explosion sounded in his body, activating the berserk demon core in his body. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fun unleashed all of his trump cards. With the addition of the 6 levels of the killer book, which he didn't have much time left, Qin Fun slowly stood up from the rubble. He was like an ancient beast that stood up, shaking the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! White light flashed in the void. Ling Jiutian did not give Qin Fun any chance to catch his breath. In a few breaths, he was above Qin Fun's head, and the golden rock slash in his hand slashed down. 100-meter-long golden blade aura condensed into a solid form, turning into a golden rock that spread its wings and descended. Qin Fun waved his hand, and a dazzling purple battle bow fell into his hand. The heavenly eagle bow was drawn, and several purple heavenly eagles soared into the sky. These heavenly eagles were huge, each more than a meter long, but they were incomparably small in front of the 10-meter-long golden rock. They crashed into the golden rock's blade aura like a few waves stirred up in the sea, and then disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Qin Fun's hand speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had pulled out hundreds of heavenly eagles. These battle eagles cried angrily and crashed into the golden rock like moths to a flame, but they could not break the golden rock's blade aura. Instead, the golden rock's light dimmed a little. Swoosh! Seeing the blade aura land, Qin Fun flapped his demonic wings at the same time and quickly disappeared from where he stood. The ruins exploded again, and a black hole appeared in the ground. Qin Fun's figure was already hovering in the sky, and his hand fell down. A bright moonlight exploded in the void, and the momentum of the sword aura seemed to be able to break a 100-meter-tall waterfall. Kid, you sure have a lot of treasures on you. This is a little more interesting. Ling Jiutian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Qin Fun to actually dodge his attack. In the face of the surging sword aura, Ling Jiutian looked indifferent as he swung his blade again. The sky was blasted, and the rocks in the valley fell. The dragon god who was originally lying in the deep pit was buried, and he could no longer be found. There was no living creature within 100-mile radius, and some of the beasts and birds fled in fear. Qin Fun, who had used all his trump cards, became even more powerful. Although he did not know what level he had reached, he was confident that he could fight Golden for a Lion King. Ling Jiutian, quickly tell me where my mother is! Qin Fun, who had been dodging and escaping, had a ferocious look on his face as he took the initiative to face Ling Jiutian with his longsword. The sword hummed, and the sky was filled with sword aura. Chapter 1224. Don't talk nonsense, I'm going to kill you. Qin Fun was instantly enraged. The long sword in his hand danced wildly in the air, and 100-meter-long sword aura condensed and fell from the sky towards Ling Jiutian. Facing Qin Fun's ferocious attack, Ling Jiutian's eyes flashed with a sneer. He thought that Qin Fun would resist, but he suddenly turned into a white shadow and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Qin Fun. A battle between masters requires a calm mind and no distractions. You can be considered a martial arts genius to be able to step into the first stage of vital energy at such a young age, but your state of mind is not deep enough. Train your mind well in your next life. Ling Jiutian's laughter sounded behind Qin Fun. Before Qin Fun could turn around, a violent aura came, and Qin Fun fell to the ground like a meteor. Swoosh! But in the next second, Ling Jiutian followed like a shadow. The strength that Qin Fun had displayed after using all his trump cards made Ling Jiutian a little serious. He would not be careless and had to finish Qin Fun off to prevent any accidents from happening. The golden long sword hung in the air, and if it fell, it would take Qin Fun's life. Qin Fun lay in the giant pit with disheveled hair. He did not even have the strength to stand up, but his eyes were indifferent, without the fear of death. Ling Jiutian, since I am about to die, there is something I don't understand. Are you the owner of the system? Qin Fun's voice was weak. Ling Jiutian seemed to be very interested in this question. He temporarily put away the golden rock slash and laughed. Your question is nonsense. Of course, I am the owner of the system, but your system can't detect my existence, right? Ling Jiutian smiled playfully and said what was on Qin Fun's mind. Qin Fun also knew that Ling Jiutian must be the owner of the system. But what puzzled Qin Fun was that when Ling Jiutian appeared, Pig Xiu did not indicate the existence of the owner of the system. When Shui Er and Hua Xiao appeared, Pig Xiu gave a hint. Later, when the dragon god obtained the peaceful system, Qin Fun could also sense the existence of his system. Only Ling Jiutian did not respond, which was really strange. Since you are about to die, let me tell you, this world does not only have the sovereign system. I have the king system, which belongs to the sovereign system. Not only can you not detect the existence of my system, but I also can't detect the existence of your sovereign system. The divine dragon's words shocked Qin Fun, but he was also a little confused. Since Ling Jiutian could not detect the existence of the sovereign system, how did he know that he and the dragon god had systems? Just as Qin Fun was thinking, a thick, murderous aura enveloped the air. Ling Jiutian swung the golden rock, slash again, ready to end Qin Fun's life. What is your purpose in establishing the Martial Artist Alliance? Qin Fun roared. As Ling Jiutian swung his blade, his emotionless voice rang out. Control all system owners, devour their systems, strengthen my realm, and dominate Earth. Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly exploded. The area where Qin Fun was seemed to have collapsed. The airflow in the air changed drastically, and cracks spread on the ground. This was Ling Jiutian's true strength. Even the Golden Fur Lion King would not be able to withstand this attack. However, as the long saber slashed down, Ling Jiutian's expression changed drastically. He realized that Qin Fin had escaped. "Who is it? How dare you poke your nose into my business? Hurry up and come out to die." Ling Jiutian's face was as cold as frost, and his roar shook the valley chair. A black shadow flickered away and was already standing on top of a mountain hundreds of meters away. Qin Fin was sitting at the feet of the man in black, trying to suppress the chaotic energy in his body. However, the system's notifications kept ringing in Qin Fin's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Fin for completing the SSS rank Martial Artist Alliance Chain mission. You have successfully found the leader of the Martial Artist Alliance, Ling Jiutian, and found out the purpose of the Martial Artist Alliance. The system rewards host Qin Fin 1 million Hedonist points, a pair of golden whirlwind wheels, and a golden phoenix. Host Qin Fin's total Hedonist points, 1,549,000. Before Qin Fin died, he remembered the main mission of the Martial Artist Alliance and asked Ling Jiutian about the purpose of establishing the Martial Artist Alliance base. Ling Jiutian would never say such things under normal circumstances, but he did when he thought that Qin Fin was dead for sure. However, Ling Jiutian would never have thought that this was the SSS rank mission that Qin Fin had delayed for a long time. The rewards of the mission were so generous that Qin Fin felt it was surreal. With a thought, a pair of golden firestorm wheels appeared out of thin air. The fire wheels were as big as the steering wheel of a car. They were spinning in the air, and the flames on the golden wheels were burning. That was the true fire formed by the raging flames of true qi. Qin Fin quickly discovered that the size of this pair of wind flame wheels depended entirely on Qin Fin's will. After looking at the golden whirlwind wheels, a long saber suddenly appeared in Qin Fin's hand. The long saber was golden in color, and it shone dazzlingly under the sun. It was shaped like the wings of a phoenix. Qin Fin was shocked by the two spiritual equipment because they were both great sage gold equipment. In the previous battle, Qin Fin was envious of Ling Jiutian for obtaining a great sage gold equipment. Now, Qin Fin had two great sage gold equipment. A white light flashed in the sky, and Ling Jiutian arrived on his flying sword. Qin Fin finally collected his thoughts and looked at the man in black next to him in surprise. "Senior Code Name Y, why are you here?" The man in black who suddenly appeared and saved Qin Fin's life was Code Name Y. He looked at Ling Jiutian in the sky with a serious expression and said, "I've been sending people to protect you in secret. When I found out that Ling Jiutian asked you to come to South Africa to destroy the Golden Assassin crew, I realized that something was amiss, so I came here personally. Now is not the time to talk. Let's join forces and see if we can destroy Ling Jiutian." Code Name Y spoke faster and faster, and in the end he spoke more than 10 words per second. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped into the air, holding a slender pink sword in his hand, and slashed down, bringing with it a dazzling ray of light. Boom! A loud sound exploded high in the sky. "Ling Jiutian," roared He-Chin. "It's you?" Code Name Y's real name was He-Chin. He was originally the chief protector of the Martial Art Alliance, but he later betrayed the organization and escaped after discovering Ling Jiutian's secret. In just the blink of an eye, He-Chin and Ling Jiutian had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Sword chi and saber shadows filled the sky, and the surrounding valleys collapsed one after another, as if there was a strong earthquake. After the exchange, Ling Jiutian hovered in the air on his flying sword, while He-Chin retreated to Qin Fin's side. Qin Fin was immersed in He-Chin's powerful skills. This person actually dared to clash head-on with Ling Jiutian, but at this moment, He-Chin clutched his chest and vomited blood. Obviously, he had suffered serious internal injuries. "Qin Fin, hurry up and leave. You already know Ling Jiutian's plan. The great cause of stopping his crazy actions in the future depends on you." He, Bai pushed Qin Fun, and a majestic wave of true qi hit Qin Fun, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. A series of loud noises came from He Chen's body, as if something had exploded. Qin Fun watched with a solemn expression. He knew that code name Y was going all out, wanting to exchange his life for Ling Jiutian's. Senior He. Qin Fun's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed over on his golden whirlwind wheel. Halfway there, he heard He Chen's angry roar. Hurry up and leave, or we will all die here. Where there's life, there's hope. Remember to avenge me. He Xian turned into a black shadow and rushed toward Ling Jiutian in the void. His body was surging with true qi, as if there were more than a dozen mist bombs hidden in his body. Ling Jiutian's expression changed. Obviously, he did not expect He Kuai to go all out. This was a stage for true qi expert, and he had just destroyed the realm that he had cultivated for decades. Ling Jiutian did not dare to go all out against a stage for expert, so he quickly retreated on his flying sword. He Kuai chased closely, his speed and strength exploding in an instant, almost matching Ling Jiutian's speed. The sky was filled with true qi, increasing the density of the spirit qi in this area by several levels. Qin Fun was stunned for a moment on his golden whirlwind wheel. Then he suddenly turned and flew toward the ground. Senior Dragon God, are you all right? Qin Fun held the golden phoenix in his hand, and with a slash of his saber, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Golden light condensed, and in an instant the rubble covering the Dragon God was blown away, revealing the Dragon God at the bottom of the deep pit. Qin Fun grabbed him and brought him to the ground. At this time, the Dragon God's hair was disheveled, and he was on the verge of death. His snow-white robe was torn to pieces, and his body was covered in wounds. Qin Fun, are we dead? The divine dragon narrowed his eyes and spoke weakly. He looked at the firestorm wheels under Qin Fun's feet and the golden phoenix saber on his shoulder with a confused expression. We are not dead. I will take you away. Qin Fun looked back at the sky in the distance. True qi was everywhere, and He Kuai and Ling Jiutian's figures could no longer be seen. Qin Fun's eyes were a little wet. He knew that it was too late. He Kuai had detonated his true qi, and even if he saved him, he would still die. Moreover, Ling Jiutian was extremely powerful. Qin Fun did not think that he could defeat him with the golden whirlwind wheel and the golden phoenix. Moreover, if he did not leave now, the Dragon God would die here. Qin Fun, leave quickly. You have a heavy responsibility. You must stop Ling Jiutian and avenge me. Rumble, rumble. He Kuai's voice was like thunder, and a loud explosion sounded at the same time. Half of the sky seemed to have been blasted open. True qi tumbled like clouds, and He Kuai had already exploded. A stage for true qi expert had fallen just like that. Qin Fun looked at the sky in the distance again and disappeared into the valley with the Dragon God. His eyes were wet, and he suddenly remembered that he had only met He Kuai 4 times, and they had not spoken much. However, He Kuai's appearance was deeply engraved in Qin Fun's heart. All his thoughts and memories seemed to have returned to more than a year ago, when he first met code number Y in Acropolis City's prison. At that time, Qin Fun had just obtained the Hedonist sovereign system and was still the top hedonist young master of Acropolis City. At that time, he only knew code number Y and did not know He Kuai's name. Chapter 1225. Acropolis City, Hero City. Ever since the establishment of Hero City, it had been developing rapidly. Although it had been attacked several times, it was still very powerful and had become the #1 force in China's secular world. There were many experts in Hero City, and entry and exit were strict. It had developed into a small city. Su Qin Pharmaceutical Group's production base, St. Medic Hall, and God Weapon Pavilion's base were hidden here. Whether it was an ordinary person or a Chinese martial artist, they all wanted to become a permanent resident of Hero City. They wanted to be protected by Hero City and enjoy the benefits of Hero City. However, when Hero City was first established, Qin Fin estimated the number of people in the city to be 50,000, now that the city was stable and developed. Even if Qin Fin was not there, his women and friends still strictly followed Qin Fin's instructions. There were only 50,000 citizens in Hero City, and they could not afford to add even one more. Even if the rich merchants and tycoons from all over the country said that they wanted to invest billions of dollars in the construction of Hero City as a stepping stone, or if the Chinese martial artists brought out all sorts of spiritual weapons and medicinal pills to enter the city through their connections, they were all blocked outside the door. Hero City did not lack these things. It had only been developed for less than a year, but it had already become another independent and powerful organization in China. Its momentum had long surpassed the Dragon Sect, and it seemed to be on par with the Martial Art Alliance. There were more than 10 long queues outside Hero City. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. This kind of scene happened every day. The people queuing up were all people waiting to be approved to enter Hero City. No way. I haven't paid attention to Hero City for more than a month, and it has developed to this extent? 2 men in white stood in the crowd. Unlike the others, they looked indifferent and were not in a hurry to enter Hero City. I don't know. I've been on a mission in South Africa, and I'm not in China at all. What are you doing as the peace ambassador of China? Your sister is in Hero City. Why don't you show some concern? The 2 of them were Qin Fin and the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon looked gloomy and complained. Since when did I become the peace ambassador of China? I'm at the pinnacle of the ancient martial arts in China's secular world. Qin Fin glanced at the Divine Dragon. I can kill you with 1 slash now. If anyone else dared to boast like this in front of the mystical dragon, the mystical dragon would definitely slap them to death. However, this person was Qin Feng, so the mystical dragon could only shut up. Ever since the battle of life and death with Ling Jiutian, mystical dragon had truly experienced Qin Feng's strength. Even though this guy was only at stage 1 true qi, when he got angry, his strength was comparable to that of a stage 4 true qi powerhouse. After the 2 of them escaped from South Africa, they went to Hong Kong first. Qin Feng found Leah and found out that the Firebird had been successfully delivered to the high-ranking police officer of Hong Kong. After meeting Ao Wucheng and Ao Shawan in Hong Kong, Qin Feng and the Divine Dragon rushed back to the provincial capital. However, the 2 of them did not stay in Kyoto City for long. After the battle with Ling Jiutian, both sides had completely fallen out. Moreover, Qin Fin and the Dragon God had learned of Ling Jiutian's secret. Now, Ling Jiutian would definitely mobilize the internal experts of the Martial Art Alliance to kill Qin Fin and the Dragon God. Kyoto City was the main base of the Martial Art Alliance, so it would definitely be very dangerous there. After twisting and turning for a while, the 2 of them stood in front of Hero City's gate. Hey, both of you go to the back. I'm taking this spot. Here's your tip. Get lost. Qin Fin and the Dragon God had narrowly escaped death in South Africa. While they were looking up at the majestic buildings of Hero City, their hearts were filled with emotions. Suddenly, an arrogant shout came from behind them. There were tens of thousands of people who wanted to enter Hero City every day to purchase goods. However, Hero City had a daily limit of 3,000 visitors. This resulted in the gate being overcrowded every day. It was as crazy as the rush for tickets during the Spring Festival. Because of this situation, there were many cases of people jumping the queue. Almost every day, there were people quarreling and even fighting because of the queue jumping. The Dragon God and Qin Fin turned to the side and saw a luxurious young master with a beautiful woman in a cheongsam in his arms. He was staring at the 2 of them with contempt. What are you looking at? Do you think the money is too little? I'll give you another 1,000. Get lost now. Don't be so shameless. After the young master reprimanded the 2 of them, he pinched the cheongsam beauties, and said proudly, "Little darling, have you seen my prestige? In this Acropolis city, who the fuck dares to offend me? Isn't it just to enter Hero City? We can't get in the queue, so I'll throw money and chase away the people in front of us." The Cheongsam beauty giggled and purposely rubbed her chest against the young master's arm. "Young Master Chiao is so domineering and mighty. I love you so much." The two of them were so intimate that Qin Fen and the dragon god were disgusted. They looked at each other with bitter smiles hidden in their eyes. One of them was the dragon god, and the other was the new top of China. Even Hero City was built by Qin Fen. Now, there was an idiot who wanted to throw money at Qin Fen and the dragon god to get lost. This was the biggest joke in the world. "Phone, or what do you think we should do? This is your territory." The dragon god smiled at Qin Fen. "Senior dragon god, I'm the top of China now. You're my subordinate. You have to help me." Qin Fen glanced at young Master Chiao indifferently. He was too lazy to fight with this kind of person. The dragon god was instantly unhappy. "You want me to be your subordinate? Stop dreaming. You're my brother-in-law. You have to call me brother. Otherwise, I won't let Shui or be with you." The dragon god used his sister to threaten Qin Fen. Qin Fen was furious too. "You're already so old. How can you be so shameless?" Qin Fen and the dragon god had no time to care about young Master Chiao. They were bickering fiercely. Young Master Chiao felt like he was being ignored. He was so angry that he started cursing. "Oh my God, where did these two lunatics come from? How dare they give themselves titles? What dragon god and the top of China? Are you guys crazy? Get lost. Don't pass your mental illness on to me. Young Master Chiao, ignore those two idiots. You're embarrassing yourself." The Cheongsam beauty in young Master Chiao's arms quickly chimed in. Then she looked at Qin Fen and the dragon god with pity, as if they were going to be in trouble. Qin Fen and the dragon god stopped bickering and looked at young Master Chiao indifferently. "You want to enter Hero City?" Qin Fen asked. Young Master Chiao was stunned. Then he yelled arrogantly, "Of course I'm here to enter Hero City. But it's none of your business. You don't have to line up. Hero City won't open to you anymore. Also, are you from the Chiao family of Acropolis City? It seems like the Chiao family is going to fall." Qin Fen's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Young Master Chiao was stunned. He was almost blinded by Qin Fen. "Fuck you. Who do you think you are? Do you think I won't enter Hero City just because you said so? Do you think you're the governor of Hero City? Also, the Chiao family is one of the 5 small families in Acropolis City. How dare you insult the dignity of the Chiao family? Believe it or not, I'll find someone to kill you with a phone call." Young Master Chiao's mouth was full of vulgarities and arrogance. The dragon god couldn't help but sneer. The shouting was so loud that it attracted the attention of the crowd. When they saw young Master Chiao, a commotion broke out. "Fuck, that's Chiao Xan, the eldest son of the Chiao family's current patriarch. Recently, the Chiao family has been developing well in Acropolis City. Chiao Xan's status has risen along with the tide. Don't even mention how arrogant he is. That bastard cut the line a few days ago. I didn't expect him to be so shameless today. Sai, we can't afford to offend this kind of rich young master. We should stay away from him. Those 2 men are unlucky to have clashed with Chiao Xan. They can only wait to be taught a lesson. Why do I feel that the younger of the 2 men looks familiar? Where have I seen him before?" The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Chiao Xan with fear. When Chiao Xan heard the discussion, he looked pleased. He held his head high and chest out like a victorious rooster. "Brat, did you hear what everyone said? Now that you know who I am, hurry up and kowtow, admit your mistake, and scram." Before Chiao Xan could finish a sentence, Qin Fen casually raised his hand. This simple movement sent Chiao Xan flying out of the line. A loud thud came from dozens of meters away. Chiao Xan fell so hard that his bones almost fell apart. He was rolling on the ground in pain. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at Qin Fun in disbelief. Wasn't this person a little too powerful? He sent someone dozens of meters away with one slap. Young Master Qiao's lover was still in a daze. She looked at Qin Fun, then at young Master Qiao, who was dozens of meters away. She couldn't accept the fact. You bastard, you're finished. I'm going to call someone to kill you." The silence that lasted for more than half a minute was broken. Qiao Xian endured the pain and got up. He took out his phone and was about to call someone. Every day there were people fighting outside Hero City because of the queue. Everyone was used to it. However, this time, it was young Master Qiao who was beaten up. The crowd looked at Qin Fun and the dragon god with pity. It was as if they were looking at dead people. What's going on? Who's causing trouble outside Hero City? At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and an angry roar came. The crowd was so scared that they took a few steps back. Lu Jia, who was as tall and sturdy as a mountain, strode over with a few lackeys from the Feng group behind him. Everyone trembled in fear when they saw Lu Jia. They didn't even dare to look him in the eye. However, those who often queued up in Hero City knew Lu Jia. He was the security captain of Hero City. It was said that he had a high status in Hero City. "Brother Jia, it's me, little Exa." Qiao Xian ran up to Lu Jia immediately and put on a fawning smile. Lu Jia didn't know Qiao Xian at all. He frowned and said, "Which little Xan? Crayon little Xan?" Qiao Xian and the crowd rolled their eyes. They began to doubt Lu Jia's intelligence. Qiao Xian changed his arrogance and nodded and bowed in front of Lu Jia like a lackey. "Hee, Brother Jia likes to call me Crayon Shinchan. So this little brother is Crayon Shinchan." "That's right, Brother Jia. I was just queuing up, but those two bastards cut the queue and beat me up. Brother Jia, you must take care of this little brother." Qiao Xian inverted right and wrong. He pointed the spearhead at Qin Fun and the dragon god. Lu Jia looked at the crowd, and his pupils shrank. He immediately pounced on them. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site for the latest reading. Chapter 1226. Remembering in 1 second, Pen's sexual interest. Pavilion. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Lu Jia's actions shocked everyone. They thought he was going to beat up Qin Fun and the divine dragon. But in the next second, their jaws and eyeballs dropped to the ground. "Oh my God! Boss, when did you come back? Who was this? I've never seen it before." As usual, Lu Jia was about to shake hands with the mystical dragon when he heard Qin Fun's calm voice. "Just pretend you didn't see him. He's the mystical dragon from Mount Mystical Dragon." Lu Jia felt as if he had been electrocuted. He was so shocked that he immediately retracted his hand. The person in front of him was the dragon god who had dominated China for more than 20 years. He looked a little too young. Lu Jia had transformed from a fiendish fiend into an amusing young man. Everyone was shocked, speechless. Qiao Xian suddenly woke up. He felt that something was not quite right, so he quickly trotted to Lu Jia's side and said with a smile, "Hee, Brother Jia, do you know them? Then let's forget about it. This younger brother has to give face to Brother Jia." As soon as Lu Jia saw Qin Feng, he was so excited that he almost forgot about that idiot Qiao Xian. Now, this clown had jumped out of nowhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jia slapped him. "Damn you! Do you know who these two are? Forget it just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Kneel down and apologize to Governor Qin Feng and Senior Dragon God." Qiao Xian was slapped to the ground, trembling in fear. Cries of surprise came from the crowd, and everyone looked at Qin Fun again. Was this person the city lord of Hero City? Holy shit, it really is young Master Qin. Didn't I say he looked familiar? This is China's Azure Dragon, the city lord of Hero City, young Master Qin. Someone called out Qin Feng's name. Everyone's legs trembled in fear. Qin Feng was now the most prestigious young master sovereign in China. His story was like a legend as he walked from Acropolis City to the Peak of China. There were quite a number of martial artists in the crowd who wanted to enter Hero City to look for elixirs and spirit weapons. They did not pay much attention to it earlier, but when they heard Lu Jie shout Senior Dragon God's name, their faces instantly turned pale. Senior Dragon God? Wasn't that the pinnacle of martial arts from Huaxia's divine Dragon Mountain, the legend of the only true Qi realm in the secular world? Whether it was Qin Fun or the Dragon God, they were like gods in the secular world of Huaxia. Now that the two of them were standing together outside Hero City, one could imagine the shock they brought. Qiao Xian was completely dumbstruck. He finally realized what kind of powerful figure he had offended. He thought back to when Qin Feng told him that he was going to make the Qiao family fall. Qiao Xian had treated it as a joke, but now he realized that he was the joke. The little lover in the Chong Sam was dumbfounded. Ever since she had followed Qiao Xian, she had always been tyrannical in Acropolis City. She had never seen anyone who dared to act ruthlessly in front of Qiao Xian. The woman had no idea who the city lord of Hero City was, and she had never heard of the pinnacle of martial arts. She quickly ran to Qiao Xian's side and angrily glared at Lu Jie. She yelled, "Fatty, how dare you hit my darling? Do you know who he is? The Qiao family." Qiao Xian was thinking about how to apologize when he heard his lover's arrogant words and almost fainted. Before the woman could finish speaking, Qiao Xian slapped her. "You idiot! Hurry up and shut your mouth. Scram now, don't let me see you again." The woman in the Chong Sam covered her red and swollen face and stared at Qiao Xian in disbelief. She still had no idea what had happened. It was rare for Qin Fun to return to Hero City, so he didn't want to waste his time with people like Qiao Xian. He had already walked into the city with the Dragon God. The crowd opened up a golden path and looked at the two of them with stars in their eyes. Lu Jie was arranging the aftermath of Qiao Xian's punishment. As for the Qiao family in Acropolis City, they would definitely fall. As soon as they entered Hero City, the Dragon God sensed the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before Qin Fin left, he worked with Golden Fur Lion King and the other heroes, as well as Hua Bei and a few experts to set up a spirit gathering formation. Moreover, Devil Beast Mountain was just across the river, so the spiritual energy in Hero City was much richer than the outside world. It was almost as rich as the cultivation holy lands of some hidden sections. You've done quite well here. No wonder there's so many martial artists lining up outside. It looks like I'll have to cultivate here and try to raise my cultivation level. The Dragon God and Qin Fin had already made a plan. The Dragon God wouldn't return to the Dragon God Mountain and would instead stay in Hero City. Qin Fin also planned to move some of the factions in Hero City over to ensure the safety of the two Hero City bases. After the battle with Ling Jiutian, both sides had suffered heavy losses. In the following days, there would definitely be many hidden battles, so Qin Fin needed to reorganize his development. Hero City rapidly developed every day. Every time Qin Fin came back, he felt as if it was his first time in Hero City. The city was surrounded by roads that extended in all directions, and there were many people walking on the streets. Those who didn't know better would think that this was a bustling first-tier city. However, in the depths of this bustling city, Hero City's true base was hidden. There were mountains and forests there, and it was the best place for cultivation. Qin Fan's women and the people from the large families all gathered there to cultivate day and night. Oh, Qin Fan? It's really you? Not long after the two of them walked, a cry of surprise came from behind them. Qin Fin turned around and saw Zhao Lingxian and Lin Bei holding hands as they strolled through the streets. Wah! Qin Fin, I missed you so much. Lin Bei threw herself into Qin Fan's arms and couldn't help but cry. Zhao Lingxian held back her tears, but her beautiful eyes were also misty. The Dragon God was left to the side like air. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Qin Fin. Qin Fen was with his little sister, so how could he be hugging another woman? However, in the next 10 minutes or so, the dragon god slowly got used to this. He already knew that Qin Fen used to be a hedonistic young master, but he didn't expect this brat to be so wild and unruly. The entire hero city was his harem base. Qin Fen, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, the sisters were going to look for you. Bai Qing and Li Yuqin came together. The beautiful Su sisters also came. Ma Xinxin, Li Shanshan, and Xue Er all came. The women surrounded Qin Fen excitedly. When the dragon god saw that his little sister Xue Er was like a sister to the other women and didn't seem jealous at all, he had no choice but to accept the fact. After chatting with the women for a while, Qin Fen brought them to the depths of the mountain forest. When Qin Fen left, he set up a spirit gathering formation on this mountain. Not long after he left, Lin Bei Bei and the other women all broke through to stage 6 inner chi. Governor Qin Fen, you're back. Many people were cultivating in the mountain forest. Hua Bei greeted Qin Fen with a smile. The cultivators from the big families in Acropolis City immediately stopped what they were doing and greeted Qin Fen. The people from the Rin family and the Yun family in the provincial capital also came to greet Qin Fen. Soon, hundreds of people gathered around Qin Fen. All of them looked at Qin Fen with reverence. The scene made the dragon god jealous. Master, where did you go this time? Little Yao has broken through to the early stage of stage 9 inner chi. Can you take me with you next time when you have a mission? Little Yao trotted over and stood in front of Qin Fen. Her breasts bounced up and down. Qin Fen almost lost his cool when he saw her. Yun Xiao, Qiao Shi, Han Ying, Rao Sherman, and Zhang Kuku were cultivating in the mountain forest. When they heard that Qin Fen had returned, they immediately rushed over. More and more people gathered around Qin Fen. It was as if all the beauties in Acropolis City and the provincial capital were here. A dozen or so beauties were fighting to get close to Su Yan. After saying their goodbyes, everyone tactfully left, leaving the space for Qin Fen and the beauties. The dragon god shook his head and smiled bitterly, then left with Hua Bei and the rest. Qin Fen brought the women to the innermost mountain. He sat on the mountain peak and looked down at the beautiful scenery of Hero City. This place used to be a mountain resort, but in less than a year, it had become a bustling city. Qin Fen sighed with emotion. The beauties took turns to lie in Qin Fen's arms. Qin Fen discovered that they were all hardworking. Every one of them had a rapid improvement in their cultivation base. The weakest among them was teacher Chang Xan. She was brought to Hero City not long ago. However, even Chang Xan had broken through to stage 3 inner chi. My dear, our strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It's all thanks to the spirit gathering formation you set up. But since there are too many people cultivating, the formation isn't as powerful as it used to be. Recently, everyone has been feeling tired when they cultivate. It feels like they don't have enough spiritual chi. Han Ying lay in Qin Fen's arms and looked at him coquettishly. This seductress was the most seductive among the women. Qin Fen's big hands would touch her body from time to time. He almost pushed Han Ying away in front of everyone. However, Qin Fen quickly became serious when they started talking about business. The spirit gathering formation was indeed inconvenient because it was the most basic formation. Now that Qin Fen's strength had stabilized at the peak of stage 1 true chi and he had brought the divine dragon with him, he planned to set up the sea heart formation and the spirit guiding formation. The sea heart formation was similar to the earth core formation in the Immortal Ascension Cave, the holy place of cultivation in the Starlight sect. The earth core formation used the movement of the earth's crust to transform energy into spiritual energy, while the sea heart formation used the tidal force of seawater to transform into spiritual energy. Once the sea heart formation was completed, the density of spiritual chi in Hero City would instantly increase by more than 10 times. As for the spirit guiding formation, it would gather the spiritual chi in the surroundings. Qin Fin planned to set up the spirit guiding formation mainly to attract the spiritual chi from Devil Beast Mountain. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Fin immediately got to work. Be it the Sea Heart Formation or the Spirit Guiding Formation, they were both advanced formations and required a lot of preparation work. Qin Fin began to refine the formation flags and spirit stones on the mountain top. The women sat around Qin Fin and continued to cultivate. They refined all the way until the afternoon of the second day. Finally, they finished refining the formation flags and spirit stones. The divine dragon, Hua Bei, Yun Tiankong, and the other experts rushed over. Everyone heard the news that Qin Fin wanted to set up the Sea Heart Formation and the Spirit Guiding Formation. Even the divine dragon didn't know how to set up formations. Qin Fin's idea shocked everyone. Qin Fin, the Sea Heart Formation is amazing. Do you know how to set up a formation? The divine dragon came straight to the point. The rest of the people looked at Qin Fin with anticipation. Chapter 1227. Qin Feng led a group of elites to the Song River outside the city and looked at the chilling Devil Beast Mountain from across the river. The Devil Beast Mountain occupied a huge area. Qin Feng had only entered the outer and middle regions. He had no idea what the interior of the Devil Beast Mountain was like. He rode on the flaming golden eagle and looked down from the sky several times, but all he saw was a shroud of black mist. The river water churned endlessly. Every day, the tidal force generated a large amount of energy. The energy was wasted along with the flow of the river. Qin Feng set up the Sea Heart Formation to gather the energy. Qin Feng, what should we do? The ladies surrounded Qin Feng and looked at him curiously and excitedly. The divine dragon sect members stood outside the circle and waited for Qin Feng to set up the formation. Previously, Qin Feng had spent 50,000 hedonist points to upgrade the most basic 5 elements formation to the heaven and earth formation. He used the heaven and earth formation to break the formations when he attacked the inner hidden sections. Now he knew how to set up the Sea Heart Formation and the Spirit Guiding Formation. With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng stood on his flying sword and hovered above the river. He flew along the Song River and soon arrived at the sea. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rose from the sea, stirring up waves that were dozens of feet high. A gigantic creature slowly emerged from the bottom of the sea, startling the divine dragon sect members. "What's that?" the divine dragon sect members exclaimed. "I think it's young Master Qin's pet." Lu Jie and the others had seen the black turtle before, so they explained. Many descendants of the major clans had gathered around. It was their first time seeing the black turtle, which was as huge as a yacht. They were dumbfounded. Such a powerful overlord of the sea was young Master Qin's pet? Big brother Qin Feng, take me surfing on the giant turtle. The others were in awe when they saw the black turtle. Zhang Kuku, who had drunk the ancient beast gene fluid, leaped onto the black turtle's back and jumped around on the giant turtle's shell. She was so powerful that she could trample the black turtle to death. Qin Feng realized how powerful Zhang Kuku was. She looked like a little loli with a child's face, but there was an ancient beast hidden in her body. Even Qin Feng was afraid of her. "Cuckoo, stop jumping. Black turtle can't even float up." Qin Feng's face darkened. He jumped onto Black Turtle's back and held Zhang Kuku down. Zhang Kuku was so excited that she threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. The impact almost sent Qin Feng, who was a stage 1 true energy cultivator, flying into the sea. It had only been a month since he last saw Zhang Kuku, and this girl had become even more ferocious. "Kiki, stop fooling around. I'm doing serious business right now. I'll play with you after I set up the formation." Qin Feng pinched Zhang Kuku's little face. Zhang Kuku pouted and sulked, but she did not cause any trouble. Qin Feng waved his hand and threw a few formation flags and spirit stones to the many-banded kite. The currents in the depths of the sea were rapid and the water pressure was enormous. Even Qin Feng didn't dare to rashly dive thousands of meters into the sea to set up a formation. This arduous task was just right for the black turtle. With Zhang Cuckoo in his arms, Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and hovered high in the sky. The black tortoise sank into the sea, causing a large area of the sea to churn violently. The movement of the black tortoise once again shocked the people on the shore. After a while, Little Pig's voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind. "Master, the black turtle has set up the formation according to your instructions." Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. The formation was set up, and now it was time to activate the formation core. Then, the heart of the sea formation would be completed. However, it was not easy to activate the formation core because it was located in the deepest part of the sea. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar came from the surface of the sea. It was as if a sea monster had emerged from the bottom of the sea. The black turtle let out a tsunami roar. The many-banded kite's body, which was dozens of meters long, was spinning faster and faster in the sea. Like a giant spinning top, it stirred up a hurricane in the sea. The sea water was blown away by the hurricane, and a vacuum was formed. Phut! This sea monster is so powerful. If we give this black turtle to China as our naval force, China's combat power in the sea will increase by 100-fold. I think I saw the formation being completed. There's a blinking light at the bottom of the sea. Everyone was shocked by the power of the black turtle. Suddenly, Qin Feng swung his flying sword at the bottom of the sea and roared. "Everyone attack the formation core together! Let the formation core absorb the energy and form the formation." Not only did they need to attack the formation core to break the formation, but they also needed to attack the formation core when forming the formation. However, the effects of the two were completely different. The former was to break the formation, while the latter was to let the formation core gather energy. When enough energy was gathered to support the formation core would be formed, and the formation would begin to take effect. The hundreds of people standing on the shore suddenly woke up, and they all attacked the formation core at the bottom of the sea with all their might. Blades, swords, fire, and ice. Everyone's cultivation methods and martial skills were different. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, and the sky above the sea looked like a spectacle of the end of the world. After fighting for more than half an hour, the formation core of the Sea Heart Formation was still not formed. More than half of the hundreds of people gathered on the shore were running out of inner chi. Although they had a lot of people, their strengths were not uniform. Most of them were below stage 8 inner chi. Their combined strength might not even be enough to defeat the divine dragon, Huabei and Yun Kongtian. "Qin Feng, I feel that the formation core is about to form. Hurry up and find help. We can't give up halfway," the divine dragon roared, and a wave was set off on the sea. Qin Feng could see more clearly than anyone else that the Sea Heart Formation had gathered half of its energy. As long as they could hold on for another hour, the formation core would be formed. Boom! 6 loud noises exploded in the sky. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Golden Fur Lion King, the other 3 heroes, and their 2 battle pets descended from the sky. The golden saber was extremely dazzling, and it seemed to have lit up the entire sea. The Golden Fur Lion King had always been a person who started fighting as soon as he appeared. He waved his hand, and a golden saber aura that was more than 100 meters long appeared at the bottom of the sea. Shimin Chue Shui and Ouyang Feng had already landed on the shore. One of them was wielding a sword, and the other was twirling a snake staff. Hua Tua didn't attack the formation core. Instead, he set up a small formation around the formation to help everyone recover their strength. Hua Tua was also a moving alchemy furnace. He had all kinds of good pills with him, and he would give them one from time to time. Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises came from all directions on the sea surface. The appearance of the Golden Fur Lion King and the other heroes boosted everyone's morale, and they launched a new round of attacks. Qin Feng then summoned the 5 Kings' golden talisman. The 5 kings of the verdant sect were very powerful, and the scene of their evil energy surging into the sky stunned everyone. The flaming golden eagle hovered in the sky and kept spewing fire. The glacial snow mastiff jumped onto the back of the black tortoise and unleashed its frost spikes. The sea turtle unleashed its tsunami roar, and the many-banded kite launched its venom attack. Boom! After an unknown period of time, a loud noise came from the bottom of the sea. It was as if a big hole had been blasted out of the seabed. Under the surprised and excited gazes of everyone, a layer of transparent barrier appeared, flashing with a faint blue light. It was the eye of the Sea Heart Grand Array. Once the formation core was formed, everyone stopped immediately. The black tortoise let out a furious roar and disappeared into the waves. The empty space above the sea was suddenly filled up by the waves, and the scenery of the vast sea was restored. The waves under the sea surged violently, and rays of green light flickered and disappeared. These rays of light condensed into spiritual energy and spread into Hero City. The people standing on the shore felt the most intimate, and they felt as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Young Master Qin, did the Sea's Heart formation succeed? I can feel the spiritual energy around us increasing exponentially. This formation is too powerful. It has just been set up, and it already produced such dense spiritual energy. In a few months, Hero City will become a holy land for cultivation. I can't take it anymore. I have to start cultivating. I feel like I can break through to the peak of Stage 9 Inner Qi in a year. Everyone shouted excitedly, as if they had just won a battle. Qin Fan's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect to succeed on his first try in setting up a high-level formation like the Sea's Heart formation. Many people sat cross-legged on the shore. The attack just now had depleted most of their energy, and they needed time to recover. Qin Fun, the divine dragon, and the other heroes did not feel much. They ran to the shore of Devil Beast Mountain, and Qin Fun set up a soul-guiding formation. Although the soul-guiding formation was also a high-level formation, it was much simpler than the Sea's Heart formation. Qin Fun led the divine dragon and the others to set up the formation. The spiritual energy in Devil Beast Mountain seemed to have a mind of its own. It moved toward the soul-guiding formation and floated into Hero City along with the spiritual energy produced by the Sea's Heart formation. After the 2 formations were completed, Qin Fun felt relieved. He believed that the spiritual energy in Hero City would only increase in the future. Cultivating in such an environment was like riding on a rocket. When the girls' realms increased, they would have the ability to protect themselves. Even if Ling Jiutian dared to attack Hero City, Qin Fun would not be too worried. In the next few days, Qin Fun and the girls cultivated in the forest. The battle with Ling Jiutian made Qin Fun realize that his realms were too low. Although he had dominated the secular world and the martial arts world, he was still a far cry from Ling Jiutian or some of the hermit masters. Cultivation was an extremely boring thing. Naturally, he needed some fun activities to fill his time. The dozen or so beauties seemed to have discussed it. Every few hours, one of them would come to Qin Fun, and the other beauties would retreat to the side. Fortunately, Qin Fun was strong and unyielding. It was not difficult for him to fight against 10 people alone. The beauties enjoyed the passion after their reunion. Some of them even broke through their realms during the battle. Qin Fun stayed in Hero City for 10 days. During this time, there were powerhouses from the martial arts world coming to Hero City every day. Some small sects from the martial arts world even moved their bases to Hero City. Dongfang Qing, Shui's Bu Observatory, was one of them. The defense of Hero City in Acropolis City continued to strengthen. There were many powerhouses in the city. Seeing that everything was peaceful, Qin Fun went to the martial arts world alone. Chapter 1228. Qin Fun was shocked when he arrived at Hero City. This place had changed so much that Qin Fun almost couldn't recognize it. Alliance Master Qin, you're back. Everyone come out. Alliance Master Qin is back. I heard Alliance Master Qin went to South Africa and destroyed the Golden Assassin cruise base. Alliance Master Qin is so domineering. Why didn't you call everyone? Otherwise, we could kill to our heart's content with Alliance Master Qin. Qin Fun was now the pinnacle of martial artists in China's secular world and the Alliance Master of the outer martial arts world. He was a dazzling existence wherever he went. Hundreds of martial artists rushed out of Hero City. They were all disciples of the big and small sects in the outer martial arts world. They had already formed an alliance with Hero City. Their strength was more than a level higher than the martial artists in China's secular world. The weakest among them was a stage 6 inner Qi martial artist. However, even among the outer martial arts world, there are very few true Qi stage martial artists. Qin Fun walked in front of everyone. Master, you're finally back. Xiao Li really missed you. Old sweetheart, bring me with you the next time you go on a mission. I'm not weak, so I won't be a burden to you. Xiao Li and Elder Qian Huanchild ran out. They hadn't seen each other in a while, so Xiao Li really missed Qin Fun. However, she shyly stood to the side. On the other hand, the illusionary child seemed to have changed into a different person. Ever since she followed Qin Fun, she was not reserved in front of Qin Fun at all. At this moment, she was already lying in Qin Fun's arms and touching Qin Fun's chest. Qin Fun secretly pinched Elder Qian Huanchild's butt and looked around. He suddenly furrowed his brows and asked, "Where's Ruoro? Is she cultivating in seclusion?" At the mention of Su Ruoro, Elder Qian Huanchild and Xiao Li looked troubled. Qin Fun had a bad premonition. He was no longer in the mood to flirt with Elder Qian Huanchild. He glared at her and yelled, "I'm asking you a question. Where's Ruoro?" She probably went to participate in the demon conference. Elder Qian Huanchild complained. Demon conference? Ruoro is an orthodox martial artist. Why would she participate in the demon conference? Qin Fun was puzzled. Xiao Li's expression was a bit anxious. She walked to Qin Feng's side and said, "Master, Ruoro told us to help her keep this a secret. She was mainly afraid that if you found out, it would delay your business." Ruoro's mother seems to have returned to the demon race's holy religion, the Star Luna sect, to be punished. She was placed under house arrest by the Star Luna sect. When Ruoro found out about this, she rushed to participate in the demon race convention. She wants to obtain the demon race's holy maiden and save her mother. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He had previously rescued Su Ruoro's mother, Lu Yu, from Qin Zhao's hands and arranged for her to live in the capital's Qin manor. He didn't think that Lu Yu would take the initiative to return to the Stellar Luna sect to be punished. The reason why she did this was probably because she was worried that the people from Star Moon sect would direct their anger onto Su Ruoro. Qin Fun knew about Lu Yu's background. She was a genius disciple of the number 1 demonic sect, the Stellar Luna sect. Back then, she was selected as a candidate for the demon race's holy maiden. The demon race's holy maiden could only marry the demon king or become one of the demon king's lovers. In the end, Lu Yu fell in love with an orthodox martial cultivator and gave birth to Su Ruoro. This enraged the entire demon race, and they had been trying to capture Lu Yu. Later, Su Ruoro's father died while escaping. Lu Yu took Su Ruoro to live in seclusion. In the end, Qin Xiao discovered Lu Yu and threatened her to do something for him. That was why Su Ruoro betrayed Qin Fun in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, after learning that Su Ruoro went to participate in the demon race convention to save her mother. Qin Fun didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around to look for Su Ruoro. "Master, I know you're very anxious right now, but you should calm down. The demon race convention will only start tomorrow. I don't know where Ruoro is now. Where are you going to find her? Xiao Li hugged Qin Fun. Qin Fun immediately dialed Su Ruaro's phone, but found that her phone was turned off. Where is the demon race convention? Qin Fun calmed down a little. It's around the northern mountains of the outer martial world. Xiao Li said quickly. When exactly is it? It starts at 8 in the morning tomorrow. I heard that the competition will last an entire day. When the time comes, demonic cultivators will gather and orthodox martial cultivators won't be allowed to approach. Once they're discovered, they'll be killed. Xiao Li's expression became anxious again. The Demon Race Convention was a martial arts competition held by the Chinese demonic cultivator sects once every 3 years. They wanted to elect a new demon king and the demon race's saintess. This was the grandest gathering of demonic cultivators, and outsiders were definitely not allowed to participate. In the ancient martial world of China, because of the different cultivation methods, there were many types of cultivation. Orthodox martial cultivators made up the majority, followed by demonic cultivators, evil cultivators from the verdant sect, and rare ghost cultivators like Xiao Li. Usually the cultivators of the various groups would constantly have conflicts, especially between orthodox martial cultivators and demonic cultivators. For example, the martial arts convention held in the outer martial world a while ago was a grand gathering of orthodox martial cultivators. The demon sects didn't dare to come, and they would kill anyone who came. Orthodox martial cultivators aren't allowed to go, but there are many demonic cultivators in the inner and outer hidden sections. What's the rule? Qin Feng was puzzled. Master, those demonic cultivators who hide in the orthodox sects are cultivating in secret. They want to increase their cultivation speed, and they eventually walk the path of demonic cultivators. Once they're discovered by the sects, they'll be expelled from the sects and their names will be removed. The Demon Race Convention this time can only be attended by true disciples of the demon sects. Qin Feng finally understood that the demonic cultivators and the demon sects were two completely different concepts. For example, Hua Yan also practiced the demonic cultivator's cultivation method. She was a dual elemental demonic cultivator, but she wasn't a demon. She had been mingling in the orthodox sects, and no one would know that she was a demonic cultivator unless she fought. The outer martial world and the inner sects were numerous, and their territories were clearly divided. Now, Qin Fen only controlled the righteous sects of the outer martial arts world. In another hidden place was the land of the Devil Clan. The Devil cultivators, they were all disciples of the Devil Clan who had their own sections. They were the true Devil cultivators. After understanding the situation, Qin Feng became even more worried about Su Ruoro. Although Su Ruoro had entered the early stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi, no one knew how powerful the powerhouses in the demon race's territory were. Qin Feng was actually half a demonic cultivator. He had entered a frenzied state in battle several times, and he also cultivated the demon Lord's Bible. Therefore, he knew how powerful a demonic cultivator was. In the same realm, a demonic cultivator could easily defeat an orthodox martial cultivator. My old friend, it's just the demon race's territory. Let's lead all the orthodox martial cultivators and kill them all. Qian Huantong shouted arrogantly. The group of orthodox martial cultivators around Qin Feng agreed with him. That's right. Let's kill our way to the demon race's territory and save Ruoro. The conflict between the demon race and orthodox martial cultivators has existed since ancient times. It's time to put an end to it. Alliance Leader Qin, everyone is ready. We're just waiting for you to say the word. Everyone followed Qin Feng's lead, but Qin Feng had calmed down. Actually, no one knew the situation in the demon race's territory. It was the demon race's base camp, and even the most powerful orthodox martial cultivators wouldn't go there rashly. Moreover, Qin Feng didn't want to start a war. He didn't hate demonic cultivators, and Ouyang Feng was also a demonic cultivator. I'll take care of this myself. Everyone go and cultivate." Qin Feng waved his hand to calm everyone down. Then he strode toward the city gate. Xiao Li and Qian Huan Tong followed Qin Feng to the Celestial Ascension Cave. Qin Feng didn't know much about the demon race's strength, so he planned to cultivate in the Celestial Ascension Cave for a night and try to break through to the next realm. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the Celestial Ascension Cave and concentrated on his cultivation. Xiao Li and Qian Huan Tong didn't dare to disturb him, so they sat at the entrance of the cave and prevented anyone from entering. The Celestial Ascension Cave was supported by the geocentric Grand Formation, so the spiritual qi in the cave was 50 times denser than the outside world. It was comparable to the spiritual qi in the Level 2 Blessed Heavenly Cave Pavilion. Cultivating in the Level 2 Blessed Heavenly Cave Pavilion consumed 2 hedonist points per second, but in the Celestial Ascension Cave it cost nothing. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Although it was only a dozen hours, it was equivalent to Qin Feng cultivating for 25 days and nights in the outside world. Just as the sky turned white, a loud noise came from Qin Feng's body. The noise caused the cave to shake violently, giving Xiao Li and Elder Qian Huantong a fright. "Master, are you all right?" "Old sweetheart, did you break through?" As a Stage 9 inner Qi expert, Qian Huantong quickly noticed the changes in Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's hair was disheveled, and his handsome and resolute face seemed to be glowing. His qi was as deep as the sea, unfathomable. Qin Feng slowly rose to his feet. Every move he made seemed to be affected by the power of heaven and earth. The true qi in his body seemed to have doubled. Before Qin Feng came to the outside world, he felt that he was about to break through. After a night of cultivation, he completely stepped into Stage 2 True Qi. When Qin Feng was still at Stage 1 True Qi, he could fight martial artists below Stage 3 True Qi with all kinds of spiritual weapons and high-grade cultivation methods. Now that he had broken through to Stage 2 True Qi, coupled with the Golden Whirlwind Wheel and the Golden Phoenix, he had nothing to fear even if a Stage 4 True Qi expert stood in front of him. Qin Feng thought back to the battle with Ling Chongkong, the sect leader of Starlight Sect. Qin Feng used all of his skills to barely win. If Ling Chongkong, who was at Stage 4 True Qi, came back to life, Qin Feng would not need to use the cannons of star technology. He could just use the Golden Phoenix saber to hack him to death. "Xiaoli, what time is it now?" Qin Feng recovered from the joy of breaking through and quickly looked at Xiao Li. "Master, don't worry. It's only 6 o'clock. There are still 2 hours before the start of the Demon Race Conference. With the speed of Master's flying sword, you should be able to get there." Xiao Li did not know that Qin Feng had the space-time door and could teleport there at any time. At this time, Qian Huantong walked up to Qin Feng and laid in his arms. He said, "You've been cultivating for the whole night. Let me make you something to eat. What do you want to eat? You two go and eat breakfast." "I won't go." Qin Feng saw that it was still early, so he continued to cultivate in the cave. He had just broken through to Stage 2 True Qi and needed to stabilize his realm. Qin Feng did not leave, and neither did Xiao Li and Qian Huantong. The two girls did not dare to disturb Qin Feng, so they sat beside Qin Feng and cultivated with him. Chapter 1229. There are many sects in the outer martial world. Not only were there orthodox sects, but there were also many demon sects that had existed for a long time. The North Mountain area was the holy land of the demon race. This spacious forest was full of sections. It was the world of true demon cultivators. Even the disciples of the 5 hidden hegemons would not step into this area easily. If they were killed, they would not be able to find anyone to reason with. Since ancient times, the demon race and the righteous race had been opposing each other. After hundreds of years of fighting, there was no clear winner. Instead, the two forces gradually grew stronger and formed their own territories. Su Ruoro was a disciple of Serenity, one of the 5 hidden hegemons. She was a pure orthodox martial cultivator. She had been cultivating hard in the Immortal Ascension Cave in Hero City. Now, she had stepped into the middle stage of Stage 9 Inner Chi. She was surrounded by a forest. Walking in the forest in broad daylight seemed a bit gloomy. Su Ruo Ro held her flexible sword and carefully walked into the depths of the forest. Yo! Big brother, look. There's a little beauty over there. Suddenly a shout came from behind. Su Ruo Ro turned around and saw 5 men in black clothes quickly surrounding her. The 5 of them wore the same black clothes with a cloud symbol on their chest. They seemed to be disciples of some demon sect. One of the big and strong men walked in front of Su Ruo Ro. He carefully looked at her small face and figure with an evil glint in his eyes. Hee, little beauty, you are also participating in the Demon Race Conference? Why are you alone? Which sect are you from? The mountain road is long and dangerous. How about we protect you? The leader of the 5 was Gao Chen. He was smirking at Su Ruo Ro. Su Ruo Ro could tell that they had bad intentions. Her expression turned cold. I have my brothers and sisters waiting for me ahead. I don't need your protection. The 5 of them were a bit disappointed when they heard that Su Ruo Ro was not alone. However, Gao Chen quickly asked, Little beauty, we are all disciples of Mount Cloud Sea. Which sect are you from? Su Ruo Ro could not say which sect she was from. This was the holy land of the demon race. As a disciple of Hero City, the most powerful orthodox sect in the outer martial world, it would be troublesome if she told them her sect. When I came out of seclusion, Master told me not to reveal any information about the sect. Su Ruo Ro's expression remained cold. Gao Chen and the others were a little nervous. Normally, only large sects or secluded, mysterious sects would keep information about their sects a secret. For example, the Cloud Sea Mountain that Gao Chen and the others were in was only a very small sect among the many demon sects. They couldn't wait to spread the news. The 5 of them originally wanted to get their hands on Su Ruo Ro, but now they were staring at each other, not knowing what to do. The disciple who first noticed Su Ruo Ro was stunned and yelled at Gao Chen, Big brother, this woman is too beautiful. She's almost as beautiful as the demon races, holy maiden. We can't miss out on such an exquisite beauty. Since she's the only one nearby, let's work together to knock her out and kill her. No one will know about this. The disciple was already bewitched, and the other 3 lackeys stared at Su Ruo Ro, unable to move their eyes away. Gao Chen glanced at Su Ruo Ro again. This woman was truly as beautiful as a fairy, but Gao Chen still had some misgivings in his heart. In the end, the lecherous lackey had already made his move. Big brother, don't hesitate. Watch me capture this woman first. The lackey leaped up and clawed at Su Ruo Ro's chest. Su Ruo Ro was instantly enraged. Her expression was as cold as frost, and she suddenly raised her lily-white hands. Swoosh! A majestic wave of inner chi surged out of her body. Although Su Ruo Ro looked weak and easy to bully, she was a true Stage 9 inner chi master. The lackey was only a Stage 6 demon cultivator. Su Ruo Ro's sword cut a bloody wound on his arm, and he immediately cried out in pain. Damn it! This stinking woman dares to make a move. Big brother, don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up and capture her. We brothers will play with her until she dies. Gao Chen was originally still hesitating, but when he saw that his lackey had been hit, he was instantly enraged. He suddenly slapped Su Ruo Ro with a ball of raging flames. Rumble. Although Su Ruo Ro's realm was high, she had almost 0 combat experience. Moreover, it was her first time fighting a demon cultivator. She was so frightened that she hurriedly retreated a few steps and was almost burned by the flames. Brothers, let's attack together. This woman's realm is quite high, but she doesn't know how to fight. As the great elder of Mount Yanhai, Gao Chen was a Stage 8 demon cultivator. His strength was comparable to an orthodox stage 9 inner chi cultivator. He was originally no match for Su Ruo-ro, but Su Ruo-ro didn't know how to fight, so she couldn't unleash her full strength. All of his lackeys attacked. As demon cultivators, they could casually slap out flames or ice, scaring Su Ruo-ro into running. The wind howled in the forest, and it was impossible to tell the directions. Su Ruo-ro lost her way after running for a while, but the 5 people behind her were unwilling to give up. The flames and ice almost hit her a few times. "You shameless bastards! If you dare to chase me again, I won't be polite anymore." Even Su Ruo-ro's kind heart was enraged. The lackey who was stabbed by her sword yelled, "Stinking woman, why don't you show me some mercy? With our great elder Gao here, you're nothing. Hurry up and surrender. When we play with you later, we can be gentler, bastard." Su Ruo-ro was furious. Ever since she recovered her memory, she had followed Qin Feng wholeheartedly. How could she allow others to insult her reputation like this? Su Ruo-ro, who had been running away, took the initiative to meet them. Her body was as light as a swallow, and she leaped onto the heads of the 5 people. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Swoosh! The flexible sword in her hand fell from the sky, and several sword flowers enveloped the area. Su Ruo-ro was a mid-stage stage 9 inner chi expert, so 3 of her lackeys fell to the ground with one slash of her sword. "Damn it! How dare you hurt the disciples of Mount Jinhai? I'll teach you a lesson." Gao Chen narrowly dodged Su Ruo-ro's sword. He roared and rushed forward. Several fireballs flew toward Su Ruo-ro, and their speed was twice as fast as before. Su Ruo-ro swung her sword, and her body was still in mid-air. She couldn't change her direction, and the fireballs were about to hit her. Whoosh! A loud explosion sounded. Su Ruo-ro was so scared that she closed her eyes. After a second, she felt her feet land safely on the ground. She quickly opened her eyes and saw a wall of ice in front of her. A sexy woman wearing a red chi-pao fell from the sky. Crackle! Before she could see the woman's face clearly, a blood-red whip filled the sky. When the whip fell, it suddenly burst into flames and hit Gao Chen's chest. His shirt was torn to shreds, and a long whip mark appeared on his chest. His skin and flesh were split open. "How dare you act wildly in front of the disciples of the Demon Moon Cult? The Demon Moon Cult leader, Hua Yan, is here. Get lost." The person landed on the ground. She wore a flirtatious red chi-pao, revealing her slender legs and full chest. Her hair was fiery red, and there was a red up between her eyebrows. She looked like a powerful demon cultivator. Gao Chen was shocked by the whip. This Hua Yan was a dual attribute demon cultivator. She had fire in one hand and ice in the other. How powerful was she? However, Gao Chen was puzzled. He knew the major sects of the demon race very well, and he didn't dare to provoke them. But what the hell was this demon moon cult? Gao Chen had been in the sacred land of the demon race for more than 10 years, but this was the first time he had heard of it. Could it be one of the most secretive sects that didn't go out? "Cult leader, please calm down. We will get lost now, immediately." Gao Chen didn't dare to think too much. He was already scared shitless. His 4 lackeys were all seriously injured, and they supported each other and ran away. After the 5 of them left for a while, Su Ruo-ro finally regained her senses. She quickly ran to Hua Yan. "Thank you, cult leader, for saving my life." Hua Yan and Su Ruo-ro didn't know each other. After the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Su Ruo-ro was taken to Serenity by sect leader Jing Hexe. Qin Feng left Acropolis City to go to provincial capital university. That was how he met Hua Yan. The 2 women looked at each other and marveled at each other's beauty. Hua Yan even wondered if she should take Su Ruo-ro into her own sect. When the time came, she could be Qin Feng's mistress. That way, she would definitely be praised by Qin Feng. You don't have to be so polite. We're all women. Since I saw this, I naturally have to help. Oh, right, you don't look like a demon cultivator. Why did you come to the demon race's sacred land? Hua Yan had told Qin Feng about the demon race conference a long time ago. She even asked Qin Feng to join her sect and accompany her. In reality, there was a condition for the participants of the demon race conference. They had to be disciples of the demon race's sections. Hua Yan wasn't an orthodox demon cultivator, so she created her own demon sect. Up until now, she was the only one in the sect. Although Hua Yan had the cold and arrogant appearance of a sect leader, it was just to scare the 5 people from Mount Cloud Sea. She didn't think that she would actually shock them. Su Ruoro was also shocked. She thought Hua Yan was very powerful. Cult leader! I am indeed an orthodox, martial cultivator. Can you not kill me? Su Ruoro became nervous. This was the demon race's sacred land. An orthodox, martial cultivator would only die if she barged in. Hua Yan's expression changed drastically. She didn't think that Su Ruoro was an orthodox, martial cultivator. Did this girl want to die? You're too bold. You dare to run into the demon race's sacred land as a martial cultivator? But don't be afraid. I'll take you as my disciple now. That way, you'll be a member of the demon race. Hua Yan's little plan was very clear. She would take Su Ruoro as her disciple first, then bring her back to Qin Feng to have some fun. Really? You're willing to take me as your disciple? You won't kill me? Su Ruoro was shocked. She felt that Hua Yan didn't seem like a member of the demon race. Logically speaking, I should kill you. But who asked me to be merciful? I'll take you as my disciple, Hua Yan said pretentiously. Su Ruoro felt depressed. She had long heard that true demon cultivators were cruel and merciless. How could they be described as merciful? However, Su Ruoro felt that the little beauty in front of her was not bad. She even saved her life. After some hesitation, Su Ruoro agreed.